Okay, so we're live. You okay, P?
Yeah, I'm all good. How are you doing,
Good.
John? You okay?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm looking forward to this stream. Looking forward to having a chat with you. Looking forward to just seeing what the comments bring us and seeing which sort of way we can go tonight.
Yeah, behind the curtain here, let's just own up to it, John. We just went live a minute ago, and we thought we were live for about 30 seconds, and then we realised we weren't actually live.
I know.
So
Imagine if we'd done the full stream unlive. 2 hours later going, hang on a minute, there's nobody answering any questions yet.
It wasn't bad. It wasn't too bad. 30 seconds is okay. That's it. We did okay.
Yeah. I think it's note to self. It's all a learning process. I know that when it says scheduled on there, when it's supposed to say live, I know that we're not live. So that's the one to chalk down to experience. I'll write that one down for next time.
We're going now anyway. We're live now. It's saying that's live. We're all good to go.
Brilliant. So I'll tell you one thing I want to ask you, AP, very quickly was why did you change your name to the Movie Chair podcast?
To be honest, it was just something that was, I wanted to change it for a while. And I just feel like it's more of a community rather than me just on the screen all the time. I feel like trying to build this little community here with the channel and with like doing like set up a website and stuff like that. And I feel like it needed a name, and like we have like the Movie Chair podcast, we have like Movie Chair Town, which we call like the sort of like the thing. And it's just like I wanted to create something rather than just be me there. I wanted it to be a community feel more and get more people involved with it. And because it's the channel is like about bringing the community atmosphere to it, and getting feedback and interacting with the community. And I love that. That's one thing I always say when we do like the podcast every single week, is just saying I love hearing the comments and people interacting with each other. And like I'm sure you get it in the live stream tonight, John. It's where people are just having conversations with each other in the community, and that's why I want to just change it around. And I like it being a channel where it's discussing like cheerful movies and never like talking about negative movies I enjoy, and movie experiences. And that's where the Movie Cheer podcast name come about then. So so it's I like it. What do you think?
I do like it, and I tell you what, it's really weird because I've always thought of your channel being very positive. In fact, it's probably one of the most positive channels out there. And when your videos always get a very positive vibe from your videos. And like I say, not focusing on anything down, it's more upbeat and sort of a celebration of movies in a way.
Yeah,
which
exactly.
I get from that. So really, when I've saw the name change from AP Stevens to Movie Cheer podcast, I've always thought, well, yeah, of course, that's the one that suits your channel. It suits you because I know you as that person that has that positive vibe going around. So it's
I appreciate that.
It suits. Yes, no problem with that. It's not as if it's one of the ones where I go, hey, what'd you do that for? Wasn't that at all? But
hey, no, I'm glad you asked me about it, John. I'm glad you asked me.
No, it was one of the things I meant to ask you, but I was maybe going to ask you before I went live, but I thought, no, I'll save it for live, so I'll get like an honest reaction to it. Yeah.
Because I think I mean, it's been positive reactions so far from people, and I appreciate.
Well, how long have you been under that moniker?
About a month now. So we had so I don't know if no one's like watched the channel before. We do like a weekly Saturday show podcast, and then we do like Thursday videos, but just for the it used to be the Saturday movie show, which you featured on last year when we did the collaboration. And so that changed to the Movie Cheer podcast, and I thought let's just change the whole thing to the Movie Cheer podcast and get a community name for everyone. I think it'd be awesome.
Do you think it's better having movie in your title? Do you think that gets you a bit more recognized?
I think because I think it niches down, I suppose, doesn't it, with these sort of things? It's like I mean, the channel in general, I used to like it used to be just a mix match of tons of different content, like talking about video games and doing like web series. And I think now that I've focused like solely on discussing movies, I think having movie in the title definitely helps. I think it's like people know exactly what they know what it's about straight away, don't they? They know there's some sort of discussion about movies there. Like,
yes, you've got a good knocking bet you'll have a movie discussed in some part of your video.
Yeah, definitely.
No, that's it. I think that I was not struggling with the name. When I thought of a name, I thought I had to put movies in there to obviously have a bit of a heads up for somebody first time round. I chucked Mondo Chelloveck in because it's a band I'm in. So I just thought, well, I can put them two together. And then, not that I did it straight away, but I've done it recently. I've started to put music on. So you're hearing more of my music in the background and stuff. So it's kind of all tying in together. So, and like yourself, I like it to be all positive. I like it just to be fun. I like it just to be having a good interaction with everybody, and just it's great. You know, it's a good time to be had on YouTube if you decide to do that.
Yeah, I think that's the most important thing. I mean, it's a hobby and it's a passion, and I think you've got, if you're doing something and you're talking about something that you're not really all in on, you're not happy and enjoying, what's the point in doing it? You may as well do something you enjoy and you have fun discussing.
No, that's it in a nutshell. Because the thing is, if you talk about your passion, you can talk about it forever. If you talk about something you don't really know about or you're not into, what's the point? You know.
Yeah.
I'm totally with you on that one.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you what, we'll go with some of the comments now, because last time I got a bit away with it. The comments got a bit. I got far too down on it, but we'll see how we'll go with that one.
Super. Let's go for it.
Let's go for that one. So I'll put them up, and I'm getting the dab hand at this, you know. So, Forgotten Murder Movies. Andy says, "Hi guys, hope you're both doing well this evening." Well, I certainly am.
Hi Andy, you okay, mate?
Yeah,
doing good.
Andy's a great guy, and it's they're fun to do live streams, although they're not fun when you first start it. You know, maybe 10 minutes, I'm all a bit nervous, but you soon sort of get used to that. But it's a great little thing to have, you know, at your disposal. I think.
Definitely.
Nick's Movie Talk. Looking forward to this. Should be interesting. Yes, and it will be. I'll tell you that.
Hey,
because I'm see, the good thing about the guests that I'm getting on, I'm interested in their channels, and it's a good way of sort of finding. You see, I could message you over Instagram, and this chat could go on for ages, you know, with loads of backwards and forwards. And this is kind of, you got the person you can ask them all stuff and see what you're interested in and stuff like that. So that's great. So Millerman12345, Paul, hey up John, saw that film you're raving about in HMV, but in a standard edition. I'm thinking that's going to be the Don't Go in the House. That's the one from Arrow. That's a previously banned video nasty, but Arrow Stores released it as a bells and whistles version, but in the in HMV when it come out, it's just like a standard edition.
Right.
So I'm sure that's what Paul's talking about. Are you a fan of video nasties at all, AP?
I'll be honest, I've got a pretty weak stomach. So anything too violent or too nasty, it's not my my cup of tea. Yeah, I just can't. I mean, I watched the recent. I mean, this is not a video nasty, but I mean, Scream the other week, the new Scream movie. I don't know if you've seen it, John, but that was okay. That wasn't too bad. That's probably like my limit when it comes to sort of like anything too heavy.
Yeah, so some of them can be very extreme and really hard to stomach. There's some really bad ones out there, but this one is nasty, but it's quite a good one actually, because some of them are really poor films as well. They're like absolute, you know, like you think, what am I watching this for? Because they're like more boring than anything else. But they just got a name, they've got a reputation.
Yeah, I'm into those them Disney nasties. They're the ones I like. Them Disney nasty ones. Much my cup of tea.
Dumbo.
yeah.
But see, I tell you what, Dumbo, Bambi, they all bring it to tears. You know, so you know they've got that to say about them.
I mean, confession time. I've never watched Bambi.
Really?
No. It's I have no idea what the story is. It's about a deer, is it? Or
it's a deer, isn't it? Yeah.
Right. I don't know what the story is though. I have no idea what it's about.
To be honest, we're just talking before it went live about cinema experiences, and to be honest, cinema experiences for me were back in the day. There was always Disney films shown at the cinema, so you went and saw a double bill on a Saturday, and you might go and see Jason the Argonauts, that type of thing. The latest sort of that type of movie, or Sinbad movie, and there was always Bambi or Dumbo on with it. So you never went to particularly go and see a Disney film, but there was a Disney film stuck on it. So I saw practically all of them at the cinema, and to be honest, they were all right. And my wife likes them, but we haven't watched them. We used to watch them all the time, but it's one of them things you fall out the way with, I think, when you get into other stuff.
But we used to have like all the VHS, all the Disney VHS years back, and I mean we got rid of them all when DVD came in, and then we got a few of them back on DVD, but I think the majority we just didn't. And I've not got them in my personal collection now anyway. It just doesn't, nothing like that really appeals to me. Well, maybe it might be my favorite film in the world, but I've never watched it, Joe.
Right, yeah.
I've never watched it. I'll have to give it a go sometime.
Give it, put it on, see what you think. And you know, it's funny because we had Deborah used to collect all the VHS. We had the whole lot, but then when it moved into, I think when we got into DVD, I'd said to her a few times, "Do you want to get like even Blu-ray? Do you want to get the latest whatever?" She says, "No, I'm not bothered anymore." So she's more into a true crime, that type of thing.
Right, okay.
And she likes Star Wars, and she loves her kung fu movies at the minute. Which is, are you into martial arts at all?
I've watched a few of them, but I wouldn't. I mean, I've watched your channel, and I know you're big into like your martial art movies, aren't you?
Yeah.
I've not really watched that many to say I'd be a fan, but like, what would you recommend? What would be like your top 5, your go-to ones for a newbie like me?
Martial arts. I would say probably, well, any Bruce Lee movie, obviously, apart from maybe the last one, which isn't really a true Bruce Lee movie, Game of Death. Start with him, and then obviously Jackie Chan is maybe 80s movies. They're usually very entertaining. And then if you like them, some ones you can move into sort of things like, there's a great series that come out recently called Ip Man, and it tells the true story of the bloke who actually was the Bruce Lee's mentor in real life.
Right,
so
okay.
It's fascinating, they're brilliant, their minds. To be honest, and if you don't like them, you probably won't like martial arts movies. But the Ip Man movies are the ones with Donnie Yen. Because there's a lot of Ip Man movies, but not with Donnie Yen. So get the Donnie Yen ones.
Right.
Or Bruce Lee or early Jackie Chan, 80s stuff. And
right, okay.
If you don't like them, you'll not like it.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen like that Donnie Yen in, like, I don't know, he was in like Star Wars, and I think he's probably been in Marvel movies or something. But yeah, I've heard that Ip Man as well. I've heard of that recently from someone. I've never got around to watching that. That's something I'll have to watch. Where do you stand with like the movies like Shang-Chi then, like the Marvel movie, where it's got like a bit of martial arts in, but I mean it's not full on?
Well, I thought that one was. Have you seen that one actually?
Yeah, I was super impressed by it. I thought it was fantastic.
Well, to be honest, if you like that, you would like the Ip Man movies. You would like Donnie Yen stuff.
Yeah.
That one I thought was really good. I thought it was, even though it's a Marvel movie, I found it a bit to be more like traditional martial arts as well in there. You know, the whole thing about a backstory of somebody. He's got a parent who was, problematic, and then he's trying to get to where he's going, and he's obviously got this special talent. It's got all the tropes that you find in these movies. It's got, like, the fights when they have it on the outside the building, and that sort of bamboo stuff. Well, that's straight out of a Jackie Chan film. That's, every Jackie Chan's got that type of stuff in it. People falling off buildings, the fight in the bus and all that. You get loads of these choreographic masterpiece sort of action sequences in all of these movies where they're doing something death-defying. So I'm a big fan of that movie. I think it's excellent, and if you like that, I would try doing a bit, sort of scratching at the surface of it. I wouldn't give you some real hard stuff to go straight into, like the story of Ricky, which is just madness personified.
Right, okay.
It's sort of
how so? Is it like what's the plot of that one?
What's that, sorry?
What's the basis of the plot about the story? Is it just a wild movie, or
the story of Ricky?
Yeah.
He's a bloke who's put into. It's one of these ones where it's fantastic. It could never really happen in real life, obviously. He gets put into this prison, and he's just in the prison for the full time. He gets sort of picked on by people, but he's having fights with the inmates and the people who run the prison, and he's sort of turning into this, like, he's superhuman strength. He can do things. He can knock walls down with his fists and stuff like that, and people are breaking. There's arm breakings, and there's people getting cut in half and all that, and it's just well over the top. But it's really good, actually. It's it's a bit humorous as well, because you've got to suspend your disbelief with it for these things. Actually, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is a good one to watch if you like Shang-Chi.
Yeah,
things in it.
A few people said that, like, there's a lot of inspiration from. There's like 2 though, isn't there? Is there a sequel as well? Is there? Or?
I think there might be a sequel, or I think that film's a standalone film.
Right. Okay.
There's a lot of these films get like sequels inspired by.
So
they're kind of a bit more like a reimagining, because a lot of the Chinese movies are like that. You'll get like even though there's one Fist of Fury with Bruce Lee, there's a lot of Fist of Furies.
Right, I see.
That from that, with people trying to be Bruce Lee and all that type of thing.
Yeah.
So, but yeah,
let's check them out. Yeah, like I said, not really. It's just a genre I've not really dove into as of yet. But I mean, there's that many genres out there, and they just.
Oh yeah,
it's great when you open the doors to a new genre of movies, and you see. I love it when you hear about someone will say a classic movie, you've never watched this, and I'm like, I've never seen it, and they'll go in, this is the best thing ever, you're going to be amazed, and then you watch it, and it's that you get that first time watch of something like that is just like amazing, and then you're looking at it, you're like, oh wow, that's awesome. I love that feeling, that first time watching a brand new movie, which is like a lot of people adore as well. It's a great feeling to watch something like that.
It certainly is, because there's times when you watch a film and you just think, I wish I could go back to see when I saw Jaws, for instance. We're talking about in 1975 when I was on your channel, and I was talking about what my favorite movies in 1975. And to be honest, in 1975 when I saw it, I mean, I can still remember how I felt. I was petrified, but I would love to go back to that point and just watch it as a sort of film. You're not a film fan when you're 7. You just want to be scared, But I would love to go and revisit these ones as a first-time watch, because sometimes you'll see people on YouTube, this like now saying, I've just watched Jaws for the first time, and you just think, oh, you're so lucky, to have that experience now.
I only watched that maybe in the last 3 or 4 years, Jaws, for the first time, and it was, I mean, it's the same thing. It was one of those movies where, in the back of my mind, it was like, oh, it's this film about a big giant Jaws, and you get all these spoof ones like Sharknado and all this now, and there's tons of different shark movies and stuff like that, and you're thinking it's just a movie about a shark, but then you watch it and it was just like, it's just so well done for the time. Anyway, just like the effects of it is amazing, but the story's just like, you are like, it makes you like scared of going in the water, doesn't it? You're watching it and you're just like, it's the music, when the music kicks in, and you're just like, oh, this is unreal. It's a great movie. That really, I was impressed by it.
Yeah, it's one of those ones when you do a movie like that and you try and copy it, you just can't copy it, because it sets the benchmark to the top immediately. And it was just, and especially when you think about that type of thing, it was a PG when it came out. All the kids went to see it, which I don't understand, because it was like basically
that was a PG.
It's PG, yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I went to see it when I was 7. And if I was younger, I would have went, because all I had to say to my mother was just take us to see that picture. I had to go with an adult. Well, I couldn't have got in. If you're like 6, you can't just go and pay for your own ticket. But it was just, and I'll tell you what, the adults, it was the first time I went to a cinema when the adults were actually frightened as well. Because I'm looking around thinking they shouldn't be frightened. It's just a film. And they were screaming, and I thought this is just going from bad to worse. But it was such a great experience, and one I wish I could definitely get again.
Yeah. They need a machine. They need to invent a machine, some like Elon Musk, where you can like pick your favorite movie and you go to him and just say, have you seen, there's a movie called Eternal Sunshine. I don't know if you've seen it with Jim Carrey, where they get rid of all
I haven't seen that one, actually.
Have you not seen it? It's a decent movie. I watched it the other week. I got recommended to watch it by a guy in the community called Philip Coghill, and he was on that video. You were on that time, the collaboration. And he gave us this recommendation, Phil, to watch this movie, Jim Carrey movie. And it's where he goes in like this. There's like this machine where it can wipe out all your memories of a certain person. And but I just think if you could do that in real life, where you could do that with a movie that you really love, like for an experience, and you can go and watch it straight away again and have that first time watch. It'd be awesome.
Imagine if you didn't like it on your second watch, though.
Oh yeah.
You're rubbish, this. No, that'd be great to do that experience. It was. I'm sure in the future they'll invent something that will make that happen, because I think they've invented things to do everything these days, things that you would never imagine.
Yeah,
but no, that's a subject you talk about forever.
Oh yeah,
Media Collector Madness says, "Hi guys, hope you are both good." Oh,
that's
and
Sean.
Yeah,
how are you doing, Sean? Oh, Movie Channel. Cheers, Sean. Movie Channel. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Bumpers Movies said, still in stock on the Arrow website. Ordered it earlier. That'll be that one I was talking about. Don't Go in the House. Great. If you're a fan of video nasties, this has kind of recreated the video nasty. It's taken the cover, it's taken all the blurb on the back, stuck it on the cover, and then it's given you disc 3 has got like a VHS version of the movie as if you're watching it from the video rental shop.
Right.
So
Okay.
that's a great little
I've seen some of these, like the Arrow cover. They look really cool.
Yeah. I think it's a great. I hope they do more of them actually.
Yeah.
Playtendo guy Pete says, "Hey John and AP, hope you are both well."
Hi Pete, you okay, mate?
So Magpie Movies, Paul says, "John mate, hope it's not going to be a long stream. Match kicks off at 7:45. Oh, I don't know if I want to think about that. Newcastle.
It's Everton tonight, isn't it?
It is. Do you support a football team, AP?
I do, yeah. So I'm recording the football tonight. So I appreciate if anyone hears the Man United result today in the stream. Please don't post the results. But yeah, we're playing Burnley tonight. I'm a big football fan. So are you a big Newcastle fan, John?
Yeah, I am. I'm a more. I know it sounds like a bit of a fair weather fan, but the fact that there's just something actually happening with Newcastle now after Mike Ashley is enough for me. I mean, me and my wife were big into them before Mike Ashley came along, and he just sort of ruined the club. So you tend to, even though we still go to the matches and that, even though Deb was there with Matthew tonight, and but this whole new era of Newcastle, mainly to get rid of Ashley, is just so exciting. I know that we're floundering at the minute, but it's one of those. It's one of the matches where I just don't really want to watch it because it's going to put us through the ringer. We just need to stay up. As long as we stay up, that's all I'm bothered about. But it's exciting times for Newcastle. It's about time because we've had 14 years of rubbish.
Yeah, I mean it's not too like different with United at the moment. With us, it's like 10 years nearly getting on since Fergie retired. But
wow,
it's a shame not having any. I mean, I can't imagine what it's like as a Newcastle fan, just like not having any titles or any cup. I'm just rubbing it in now, John. Like, but
don't I start crying?
Newcastle are going to be better than United next season, so I'll be crying next season. But yeah, it's dismal.
I'm hoping that Newcastle, rather than just buying the best players in the world and being the best team overnight, I hope that they do it like the hard way by actually getting some, like Kevin Keegan did. He got like loads of people, and you thought, who's this coming through the door? He didn't understand, but he built this like amazing team. So even if they do go to buy in the best in the world, I'd like them to start, maybe have 4 years where they're trying to do that. That would be more entertaining than just be literally like the best club in the world tomorrow. That wouldn't be no fun. But it's exciting to be at this part, never thinking this would ever happen. Wow.
I bet. It's I think it's just as an onlooker, it's just interesting to watch. I mean, watching City over the years, it was interesting to see them, but I mean, at the same time, I was hoping they'd end up failing as a United fan. But
of course,
yeah, but it is what it is, and it's football. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. It's the part of being a fan, isn't it? Of any sport, or supporting your team.
You couldn't get more ups and downs than to be a football fan, could it?
Oh yeah, definitely. True.
You get both ends of the thing there, don't you? Wow.
Yeah, definitely.
David Dean, Fulham Brook says, "Hi, I see you've got the moderators installed. Also, cheers for turning me into one." Yeah, there's no problem. Actually, we were talking about that when we AP.
We were indeed.
Literally on my last stream when it ended, I just went back through the comments and just like literally right-clicked everybody that I could see on that particular block of comments. So hopefully that's got enough to take because I know that the people on here, as they do on other channels, they just got to be ahead of them. They just get rid of them straight away. So it doesn't interrupt the flow of the chat, because really, to be honest, it's like I say, we were saying before, it's not about drama here. It's just having fun. So,
exactly. Yeah. And we don't want any of those spammers in there. So we got the mods in tonight. The mods are going to knock them out of the stream if they're in here tonight.
Horan Tudge, Tony, hope you're well, lads. Yeah, certainly am, Tony.
Doing well, Tony. Thank you very much, buddy.
Yeah, great lad, Tony. DVD and Film Bloke, pretty much the only nasties I've seen are the ones in the Section 3 list. The Section 3 list for me, AP, is the ones that you've probably most heard of. They're the ones that you would say, oh yeah, I definitely know that movie. Like The Thing was in the Section 3 list.
Right, okay. Yeah.
I'm trying to think what other ones were. I've just done a video on them. I can't remember, but it's like big movies, you know, that are considered classics now.
Right.
Some
Okay.
of the other ones are just like trash.
Right. I
These
see.
are pretty good, but I would imagine if anybody's looking at video nasties, you've probably either seen or got more of the Section 3 lists. They were meant to be not the harder stuff.
So I've not got around to watching the videos on your channel, but I've seen the Section 3. So I imagine is there Section 2 and then Section 1 is the worst,
the section, the Section 1. Well, what happened was when they originally banned them all, they banned about 149,
right,
142, and they divided them into lists after a little bit. They sort of realized that some of them they shouldn't have banned because they're just like knee-jerk reaction. If one of them was called zombie something,
right,
I
okay.
thought, oh, we shouldn't have really done that just because it's called a zombie something. So, but there's some that remains like high on the list, like number 1 section video nasties are the ones that like you would think are the most well-known ones, you know, that are nasty even to this day. Some of them are still banned,
right, okay,
or not unavailable or unable to buy in the UK. So Section 2 was the ones that they took off the Section 1 when they realised they weren't that bad, and Section 3s were when the police they could seize them if they're on the shelves, but they more advised the video retailers not to put them on the shelves, like a friendly warning to say don't bother putting them on the shelves, like The Thing, don't put it on the shelves. Can you imagine it?
Yeah,
not being able to go and get the Thing.
Well, there was one I always remember, and it was on like we had the DVD when I was a kid, or it was a video. It was I Spit on Your Grave. Would that be classed as one? Would you say then? Is that like a?
Oh yes, big style. That's on the Section 1 list.
Is it really?
Mainly for its content.
Right. Okay.
If you go down that route that I Spit in Your Grave went, you're automatically in the firing line for this. It was just they had a big problem with that particular thing, violence towards women.
Yeah, I've never seen the film, but I mean I know the basis of the story, but it doesn't. Yeah, it's I understand.
It's not a Disney film, put it that way. There's Keith from Euphoria Pictures. Hello to you all.
Hey,
how's
Keith.
everyone doing tonight? Doing great, Keith. Thanks for watching. Good. I enjoyed having Keith on the stream last time. It was great to actually speak to Keith. Like, it's great to speak to yourself after knowing you for a while.
Yeah.
And we're doing stuff, but just never having that face to face.
It's cool. Keith's got a great movie room as well. I mentioned this to you in a comment as well. It was I shared out his channel after seeing that video with you two, and his movie room is unreal. It's like going into like a Blockbusters, but like a super Blockbusters. Like it was unreal. Great movie.
Yeah, it's. I mean, when he told us it was coming, and when I saw the video of it getting dropped, and he was telling us like the things he was going through to sort of to get it up and running. But when you saw the finished, I couldn't imagine it until you saw the finished article. Then you just looked there and you just thought, hey, what I'd give to have something like that about my garden. Yeah. You know, just wall to wall of. To be honest, as well, Keith. I mean, he has a good knowledge of like a lot of genres, and quite from one end to the other.
Right.
And I could imagine me sitting in that room and finding loads of stuff I could watch there. It's not as if it's like great stuff, but it's just not my cup of tea. But he's also got a great sort of collection and great movies as well.
Yeah.
But no, that's one of them ones where you can get very, I'm not going to say jealous, very envious. And say, I want one.
Your movie room's great, John. You've got a really good roommate.
Well, that's our bedroom, me and my wife's.
So all right, okay.
Yeah.
Is it really?
Yeah, it is.
All right, all right. So, well, it's cool. It's cool.
It's funny that I don't know any couple who have got the go-ahead from my wife to actually do that in the first place. Yeah. I'm still scratching my head. Plus, she said yes to shelf 2 on the other wall. So
I was surprised, but like because I seen the video the other day where you were talking about the shelves, and I think you sort of like you took the camera and it's shown the full wall, and I didn't really. I mean, you look at the background of your videos normally, and you don't realize how far they go, but they go all the way up to the ceiling.
Yeah, it's basically the span is 8 foot high by 8 foot high by 9 foot wide.
Wow. How are you getting them top shelves? And are you getting a ladder out, or are you 8
I've
foot
got a trampoline. I've got a stool. There's no,
All right,
honestly.
okay.
And sometimes, when you think to yourself, you say, "Oh, I fancy watching X film," and you're like, "Oh, it's on the top shelf. I've got to get that stool out." How lazy is that? But
I'm watching that video. I'm thinking, if he's gonna have to get like a ladder up, it could be a nasty injury though. Like he wants like the top shelf movie. Like what's he got on the top shelf? Like are these the movies he doesn't watch anymore? Like what's
the
on
ones
there?
that I can't stand.
Yeah.
No, actually, the way I've done it is because some of them, the special editions, especially our special editions, just a little bit too big for the slots that I have for the Blu-rays. So they've got to go on the top shelf. And those are probably the ones I like the most. And my 4Ks I've put next to them as well because they've got some big editions. So I find myself on the stool a bit more than I usually would like to be. But with shelf 2, I'm going to try and address that and see if there's any way I can sort of get around that. And have it that my shelf 2 might work out better than shelf 1, just for where the movies are put. That's my theory, but God knows what will happen when when you get up there and you think, I don't know how it's going to go, but I'm interested to see how it's going to go.
Yeah, that'd be cool. It'd be cool to see.
So Paul says, "Yeah, John, that's it. Sorry, but it was expensive for how thin it was, not like yours." So I wonder what that was about. It was about the. I don't know if that was pertaining to another thing from Paul.
Was that discussing the HMV purchase?
Yeah.
John? Yeah.
I'm not too sure what. So if Paul's watching this, would he just confirm what that's about? Because
keep an eye on the comments.
Oh yes, so yes, actually, I think it's probably yes. That's it. Sorry, because it's probably still the same amount of money. Weirdly enough, it's probably about £18.
Right.
Mine was £18, but you get more in it from Arrow, so maybe that's what's putting them off. David Dane, film bloke. I prefer the sequel to Bambi. Bambi goes crazy, ape bonkers with his drill and sex. Remember that of the young ones?
I've watched Bottom. I've never watched the young ones.
Really? Oh, no. Used to love it at school. They have an episode called Bambi where they're going on University Challenge with Bamba Gascoigne, who's weirdly enough he's just died today, hasn't he? I don't know if you remember Bamba Gascoigne.
I've probably seen that clip where they go on University Challenge, but I've never watched it fully. Good show.
Well, they say that that Bamba Gascoigne, or they call him Bambi.
Yeah.
They say that he fell foul, and this is the person who plays him in this comedy show.
Right.
He says I had to do some weird films, and one of them, Neil, says to him, "You didn't do a Disney nasty, did you?" He says, "Yes, I did." What's the problem with that? So that's what he's pertaining to there. Like, but
all right, okay.
Yeah, it's probably actually it's the best episode of the young ones, Bambi. So yeah,
I'll have to check that one out.
It's a great show. I love it. It's one of them ones you watch when you're at school and you've got all that memories from school and your mates talking about in the schoolyard, time and time again. So Pete says, watched the Meet the Feebles the other day. It was certainly a surreal experience. What are your thoughts on it? Have you seen Meet the Feebles?
This is the I've heard this mentioned a few times is it Peter Jackson? Is like his debut movie, is it? I've never seen it. I've seen it's like a Muppet Show, isn't it? So
yeah, it's like an adult Muppet Show.
Right. So what happens in it? Like, without spoiling it too much, is it? Because I've heard it's meant to be crazy.
I can't remember. I can remember it. I remember it being odd, and I remember it being extreme. The things that they get up to is extreme. The things that they show are extreme. But I can't remember if there's any. I can't remember any story to it, so I couldn't spoil it even if I wanted to. I just remember there's a big sort of like an elephant character.
Yeah, this is what I've seen on on the cover of it. It looks a very, very interesting movie to see. I mean, was this straight before he did Lord of the Rings, or?
Well, I think what happened was he started off with Bad Taste, which is a great film. Then he did Brain Dead, which is an absolutely brilliant film. And then I think he did Meet the Feebles, or maybe Meet the Feebles was before Brain Dead. But it's right at the start of his career. And you've got to take your hat off him for doing it in the first place. But I think I would love to see a commentary on it by him. But I would love to see him explaining the idea behind having all these gratuitous scenes in this like a near Muppet movie.
Right, okay.
I don't understand what it's all about, but you definitely know when you see Meet the Feebles, you definitely know you've seen some of it.
Yeah, that's one I'm looking forward to watching. I've heard it mentioned a few times recently. That is when you hear like a few people mention it and it's saying it's a bit of a wild watch. I'm interested to watch that.
It's a definitely one of them. They're talking about they keep talking about they're going to bring them films out in a 4K remaster. I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I can't imagine that looking very good at all. It looked ultra cheap when I saw it.
Right.
You know, back in the day, but it was a really hard one to get to see, if I'm honest. It wasn't one that was. It's never been easy to sort of to see. Bumpers Movies says, have you seen the 80s spoof kung fu movie, The Last Dragon? It's hilarious. I haven't actually.
Never seen that one. Never seen it.
But I do like spoof kung fu movies. What was it? Kung Pao. That was a good movie.
That rings a bell. I think I might have seen that. Have you seen? I mean, like the Kill Bill movies. The second one is like kind of a spoof on the martial art kung fu movie. Have you seen that one, Joe?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean that I love the scenes in that. Where that's a recent one I've only watched like in the last year or so, and I thought that was great. And like the kung fu elements, and I don't know if it's more they're taking the mick out of the kung fu movies in that more so, or if that's like what a lot of kung fu movies are like. Do you know when she's training with the kung fu master
with the beard?
Yeah.
Doing that with his beard, yeah.
Yeah. To me, it's like they're definitely spoofing it a bit here, but they're fun. They're fun movies, then.
Yeah, they're good. I mean, if you watch any of the Jackie Chan films, and from that when he's getting trained off his master, there's all of that. There's all of that beard thing going on. It was a big thing. I don't know why it was a big thing, but yeah, it was a bit of a nod to that. Like I say, it was a bit of a sort of spoof nod to it as well, to say, here it is, but it is a bit, weird. There's a lot of strange things in this in these movies when you watch them. The original kung fu movies that are like very laughable. Next movie talk. I asked my daughter a few days ago what her least favorite Disney film was, and she replied Bambi.
I've not got that much confidence in Bambi now. I'm just thinking I'm never going to watch this movie.
So that's something we didn't think we'd be talking about tonight. Let's talk about Bambi.
I know, yeah.
Amazing what you can talk about. Media Collector Madness. Early Jackie Chan movies are great. Armor of God is my favorite. Yeah, it's an absolute brilliant movie. Very good. Just watched that recently.
I mean, an early one, an early Jackie Chan movie. It's not a kung fu movie, but Cannonball Run.
Oh yeah,
I like that movie. I think that's boss with Jackie Chan. He has like a really small role in that film.
He does, doesn't he?
But that's a great film. That really.
No, it's one of my favorites. That actually, I just love all the characters in that.
Yeah, Burt Reynolds is great as well. I think he's
he is.
He's
awesome. Dom DeLuise. I thought they were great together, weren't they?
Yeah, fantastic. He's I was watching The Longest Yard today. Do you know the original one as well? And because I'm doing like a Super Bowl show this weekend, we're talking about like Super Bowl or American football movies. So I thought I'm gonna watch the Longest Yard. Never seen it before and checked it out, and I thought it was a great film. It's like a 2-hour film, which I was surprised. I didn't think it'd be that long, but I thought it was brilliant. I remember seeing the Meme Machine years back, and I thought that was good, but I always knew about it being like a remake of the American one. And then and I know there's like an Adam Sandler remake that was done in the early 2000s, but I mean the Burt Reynolds one is just perfect. It's a superb film.
Yeah, it's a great movie. I haven't seen it for a long time, but one of those movies used to be on the TV all the time.
Yeah,
they don't seem to put TV movies on the TV anymore.
No,
not like they used to. You could really find out some good stuff from the TV. But I do recommend Armor of God if you're looking for a Jackie Chan film, a good one. Armor of God's right up there, like.
So is this like what era is this? Is this like 70s, 80s?
85.
Right. Okay.
It's when he was coming into his Police Story, I think, is his best movie. The action in that, I think, it has about a half-hour fight scene at the end.
Yeah.
In the shopping mall, and some of the stunts in there when they're falling off things and all that. It's got to be seen to be believed. And there's a bit in the end of the Jackie Chan films, he always gets carted off in an ambulance.
Right.
He's done something like horrendous to himself.
Right.
So you see him getting carted off, and Police Story and Armor of God was the one where he jumped onto this branch, and I think the branch snapped. You see it in the movie, in the outtakes, and you see him going past the camera, but I think what he did was he either landed on the tree stump and it went into his head, or he landed on something that went into his head, and he's got like a hole in his head from it, and he's got some over the top of it. So if you ever see him fighting after that, he fights, and he's always got his hand over there in case someone kicks him in that bit. And wow,
blimey!
So yeah, he goes to the next level. So the 4K chef. Good evening, John. Good evening, 4K chef.
Good evening.
Next movie talk. Have you seen the Mike Tyson / Donnie Yen fight in Ip Man 3? Yes. That was great.
This is what you were mentioning before, wasn't it? Ip Man.
Ip Man. In Ip Man 3, he's got this, Mike Tyson's in it. And he has a fight with Donnie Yen, as Donnie Yen plays Ip Man. So you have him as a sort of boxer.
Yeah.
It's set in the 30s and or the 40s, and Donnie Yen's a martial artist, obviously, in Wing Chun. He's a master.
Right, okay.
So that's an interesting fight to see who would win. So I'll not spoil it for you on that one, but
I've got to check these ones out.
But it's good, actually. I mean, Mike Tyson, he's Mike Tyson. You know, he only acts like Mike Tyson, but he's not too bad in that. He's quite believable for what he does.
So watch that.
Simon Robson, Raid 1 and 2 are awesome for martial arts action. Yes, I do.
Yeah, Raid 1. Again, these are Raid 1 and 2. My friend Lee mentioned this to me recently. He said, if you're getting into martial art movies, he said Raid 1 and 2, they're the ones to start with.
No, that's Raid 1 is that was one of the ones when I started my wife and I said, look, we're going to watch some martial arts movies, but a bit more extreme, a bit more realistic, and a bit more violent. I didn't actually tell her how violent the Raid was.
Right.
Is it quite bad? If it's too bad, turn it off. And I went, all right, but I'll tell you what, had her head in her hands, but she did say at the end of it, she says that was a great film. So, but it's really, and I think when they're not hitting each other for real all the time, but there's a lot of real hits in it, you know, as opposed to choreographed hits. It's a great film. Stephen Turnbull. Hi, John. My favorite martial arts movie, Fist of Legend with Jet Li. Prefer that to Fist of Fury. I think I've got that one, actually. Actually, there's loads of movies I've got, like martial arts, that I've got there piled up and I just haven't watched yet. Or I've seen it. But Jet Li
I remember seeing a few in the early 2000s with Jet Li. I think it was was it the one? There was a few. Was that one movie he was in? I remember seeing that one. And because he was quite big, weren't he? I remember because he was in like the Lethal Weapon movie, the fourth Lethal Weapon, back in like when was that, like early 90s or late 90s, early 2000s, and then he kind of had that little boom of a couple of years where he was like pushed in, like, you hear a lot of his martial art movies being released then. But where would you rank him in martial arts sort of actors?
I would say he's good. I enjoy his movies. I think he went more like Americanized than most martial artists, because I think what they did was they all started in China, moved over here, saw what they could do over here. Jackie Chan came across to do Cannonball Run. He did Battle Creek Brawl, I think it was, and he bombed massively. Didn't hit it off here, so he went back into China, made some more films, and then made it big, and then came back over here. That's a bit like what Bruce Lee did. But Jet Li seemed to translate over to America a lot more easier, and you saw more American style movies, which sometimes isn't the best of things, because the stunts that Jackie Chan does in his films, you can't have his what's it called when you have your movie, what's it called when you've got to have that
choreographed, is it? Oh.
Well, the protection of, like, the money you got to get insured.
Oh, right.
He can't get insured over here in his movies, so he failed on that thing. So a lot of them would say, well, you can make a movie, but you can't jump off a building. Or you got to get a stuntman to do it. So that's why he might not have done that. He'd done a little bit less in American. He didn't get Americanized.
I understand.
I think Jet Li, not anything against Jet Li, but to take that route, you've got to kind of step down a little bit from the extreme stuff. So, no, I think he's good. I think the majority of most martial artists are pretty decent, mind.
Yeah.
Next movie talk, I actually bought Riki-Oh, Story of Riki, after I saw you talk about it, John. Oh, right. I wonder, actually, Nick, what did you think of it? Because it's one of those movies where it's so extreme that you might think it's rubbish, or you might think it's brilliant, because nothing in it is real. Could not have happened in real life. But you've been interested to see what you
them
think.
sort of movies are fun though, aren't they? A bit over the top. It's good to watch them sort of movies, I find. Just to take away from what's going on in the world, you know.
Yeah.
Get into a good movie like that.
Oh yeah, I mean, you can't take this one seriously. But it's a decent movie. I've yet to try Deborah with it. I don't think that she might even not be able to take that one, because it's high on the violence. It was one that struggled to get released over here for a long time, but it eventually did. I think that they all sort of did recently. So Playtendo guy says, what upcoming film are you most looking forward to?
Oh, you know what? There's quite a few. I suppose there's what have we got coming out, Marv? Oh, you know, it's got to be the Batman. The Batman's the big one. It's out next month, is it? It's out in March, I think it is.
March, yeah.
Yeah. So that one's one I'm really excited. I mean,
what do you think about the 3-hour running time?
I think it's great. I mean, have you doing like a 4-hour cut as well? Or they've had a 4-hour cut, but they've trimmed it down. Like it'd be interesting to see whether they release the 3-hour cut to cinemas, and then with the like HBO Max now, if they do like a 4-hour cut similar to the Snyder cut, if they can do like a 4-hour version for people who want to see a 4-hour version, because there'll be a demand for it, won't there? I'm sure there's a lot of people out there who'll watch it, but I'm excited for that. I think it's going to be a really good movie. I mean, the music. Have you heard they've released some like the scores as well with Michael Giacchino. What do you make of it, John?
I think it fits the film. I think it's very fitting, and I like the whole thing. It seems to have a vibe about it, a look about it, which I think they could ruin it if they put a bad score on it. Yeah, and I just like the whole feeling of the movie. I'm deliberately staying away from trailers now. I've seen one of them and I really enjoyed it, and then I'm not going anywhere near it anymore, because I don't want to know anything more about it than I know, which is basically nothing really, apart from how it looks.
I think that's one thing that you like. Sometimes you can spoil it. There's an eagerness as a movie fan to want to watch these trailers to just to get a glimpse of it, but then you can watch too much and then you just feel like you're spoiling surprises for you. You're spoiling like the look of like seeing the Riddler in The View, because I've seen a trailer recently where they showed the Riddler, and it's like, I want to go into it fresh eye and not knowing too much about the story, and I think it's going to be one of those films where, I mean, I like all the Batman movies. I think he's my favorite comic book character, and all of the Batman movies so far. I mean, apart from the Dark Knight Rises, I wasn't super fussed on that one, but I think it's just because the Dark Knight was so good, that movie.
Yeah, good point. Actually, I think it left, there was nothing. It couldn't really top it, could it?
No, that was incredible. But I'm looking forward. I think like Robert Pattinson, I was a bit shocked by him at first, because I only know him from them Twilight movies, and I've never really seen them movies. They're not my cup of tea, but I know they were like 10 years ago now, but I think it's always that reputation. He's the guy in this like romantic teen comedy. Can he be like transition over to playing Bruce Wayne and Batman in this big action movie? But he looks like the part, and it looks like he's done some decent roles recently. There's one I think it's called The Lighthouse, which is meant to be a really good film.
Have you seen The Lighthouse?
I've not seen it. It's got Willem Dafoe in as well. Yeah. Is it a good film?
Oh, really good. It's strange. It's not your normal type of film, but I think it was shot in black and white. It's shot like square. The film is square. It's not widescreen or anything. Which is a bit odd, but it's just, and I think they had to use all these weird lights to get the actual color to be able to see in this darkness. They use this like revolutionary new light or something. I forgot what it's called.
Right. Okay.
It looks spectacular, and the story itself is pretty out there. But if I hadn't seen that movie when they announced Robert Pattinson, I would have said no chance. That's going to ruin it. But after seeing that movie, I thought, he can pull this off, because it's an odd movie, but it's so good in another respect.
That's one I'm excited to see. I mean, the Lightyear movie as well. The Buzz Lightyear spin-off movie. I seen the trailer. Just Pixar released a trailer about an hour or two ago. The new trailer, and that looks really exciting to see. It's that's coming out this year. So, I mean, there's some. I can't think what on Marvel side. There's tons of like
Is that, I'm sure that's a new, what's it called, Doctor Strange movie. I think that's coming out soon.
Yeah, the Multiverse of Madness. Right. Yeah, that'll be.
Did you see Spider-Man, the latest Spider-Man?
I have indeed. Yeah, I mean, can we discuss spoilers now? Is it too early to discuss spoilers?
Well, actually, I know Keith from Euphoria Pictures hasn't seen the movie yet, so that means there might be people out there who hasn't actually seen it.
I won't spoil it. It's a good movie. That's all we'll say.
How would you say it? Would you say it ticked the boxes as for like being a fan? Did you think you got it hit every thing for you as a fan? Because I feel it sorted me all out for that.
Yeah, I did. I mean, without revealing too much, I mean, it definitely pays homage to every live action Spider-Man property. And as a fan, I walked away. There was definitely parts in it I didn't like. I felt like at some points in the movie there was too many jokes, like quick and easy jokes, and I felt like there was a certain point where there was like joke after joke after joke, and it was just like it was too much. But overall, that was just like a little tiny nitpick. But in general, I thought it was a great film. I thought the end sequence, the action scenes were great, and there was a certain moment where you were just like, whoa, like this is. It brings like tingles to you, like Spider-Man like tingles when you're in the cinema, and you're just like, I love that experience. It's like there's certain movies I can only pinpoint over the past couple of years, like were, for instance, Rogue One, when Darth Vader at the end comes out and just obliterates everyone. It's the start of A New Hope. That's like a certain one where it just brought like shivers to me, and I was just like, oh, this is an incredible movie moment. And I think there's a scene in the new Spider-Man film. I don't know if you feel the same, John, where you get that same sort of feeling.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, without going any spoilers, my son, who's 20, he's 26 coming up. He's a lad who goes to gym. He's super fit. He's super like a young adult who doesn't show any emotion whatsoever.
Yeah,
you know, he's just like
stoic.
Like that. It's like stone. But he was like a little 3-year-old in that cinema. At certain times, he was like going away, and I said, "What are you doing?"
Yeah,
but it got him. So it shows you, that whole experience. I see. It's funny because when you go to a movie, you do want to get that feeling, like you say, that spine tingling feeling, sometime in that movie, whether it be emotional or a reveal or some kind of action sequence that makes you get that buzz. And it's great to get it, isn't it? And
yeah, definitely.
Me and my son went before we really knew anything about it. We had an inkling about certain things, but when they were actually playing out on the screen, we're like, "Oh, this is it. I mean, I was buzzing. I didn't shout about it, but I was buzzing."
I mean, it was the first, honestly, the first screening I've ever been in where people were clapping and cheering. Right. I mean, there was 2 points in a moment early on in the film. Someone were a certain point where people just started clapping, and I've never been in a movie before where people were clapping, and it was just like there was that reaction from the people in there. It was just weird to be in that sort of that atmosphere, but it was great. It was a great atmosphere to be in.
Brilliant. It doesn't happen very often. You're right, doesn't it? It doesn't happen. Mostly in movies, you just sit there and watch it and maybe laugh at certain scenes, but partly that. You're right. It's an oddity. I remember when I went to see it the second time with my wife, who didn't know anything about the movie, which was great. And there was a little lad in front of us with his dad, and I could see the little lad when he was reacting to these like ground shaking events to him, because obviously he was at that age when he would have been totally engrossed in this movie. He was turning to his dad and he's going, "Dad, look at whatever." And his dad's going, "Yeah, wait till you see the next bit." And it was great to see this little lad's like honest reaction to the fact of seeing this. And that's the type of thing he'll remember that forever, won't he?
Yeah, no, definitely. Definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about Jaws when you say you were 7 when it came out, John.
Yeah.
I mean, I went and seen a movie as a kid, and it brings me. I always have this memory, but I went and seen Babe, Pig in the City.
Oh yeah.
And it was the first film I went and seen, and I always remember it. And just for the reason, I went out crying, screaming, because it was so loud. But when the pigs and the mice were singing, it just like threw me off as a kid and all the emotions. And I just went out crying my eyes out with Babe, Pig in the City. But I mean, if I'd seen Jaws at that age, I think I would have been scarred for life. I don't think I'd sleep again if I'd seen Jaws.
Well, I think it was like a bit of one of them things where you go in as a 7-year-old, but you come out as a man, and you go,
yeah. It's your initiation to manhood.
Yes, I'm a different human being now, because it was like nothing. It was like nothing. See, and you think about in the 70s, there was nothing like it. There might be a load of films like it now, but that film was one of a kind at the time, and we weren't prepared going into a PG movie to see the stuff you saw in Jaws and be frightened the way some of the scenes in it played out. And obviously, you were scared. You know, every time you heard that music, you were scared for your life. So you were literally scared for the whole movie. And when you realized, well, literally, the thing what it did was with Jaws, it introduced the Chrissy went for a swim, and obviously she got hit by that shark, and she was flung all over the place, and it was like it pulled her under, and sort of a brutal scene. So really, in the first 3 minutes, you were scarred, and then you were sitting there thinking, this is going to be really fun, and then you just thought, I don't know what I thought. We must have thought, oh my God, I'm in for 2 hours of this.
Yeah.
So next movie talk, I showed my 2 older kids Jaws recently, and they loved it. Although I did warn them about the head scene. Yes, that was the time when my mother, I think she nearly had a heart attack. I think she was nearly on the floor with that one.
Yeah,
she was grabbing people, you know, when Euphoria picks. Keith says, here's a question to think about. What would be your favorite sequel to a movie where you hated the original?
So let's see. So I guess let's think.
So if you hated the original, say you hated Jaws, but the sequel was brilliant, what would that be?
I mean, this is not a movie I particularly I don't dislike. I mean, the first Alien movie, I think it's a great movie, but I much prefer Aliens. I think Aliens is a much better film.
Yeah,
but I mean,
I can see it's for me. Alien's a funny one, because I think of Alien being an outstanding horror movie, and Aliens 2 being an outstanding action movie.
Yeah,
I can't see them in the same, even though they're about the same as you can get. They just got a totally different vibe to them.
Yeah, I mean, another one as well would be the 4 movies, the Marvel movies 4. The first 2 movies, I couldn't get into them. I thought they were pretty bad movies, but the third one, Ragnarok, it changed it for me. I was like, this is exactly what the character needed. It just like, have you seen that movie, John? Have you?
Yes.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I thought it was incredible. The soundtrack, I loved the 80s style soundtrack with it was the guy from Devo as well doing the soundtrack.
He does a lot of stuff, doesn't he?
He does indeed.
Mother's Bow, I think he's called.
That's it. Yeah. He's I mean, that soundtrack's amazing. That's one I would listen to just walking around and going to the gym and stuff constantly, because I thought it was just a wicked sounding score, that one. But that film just revitalized the character. And whereas the first 2 movies for me, they were just they didn't really capture anything for me as a fan of films. It was just, whereas the Captain America was like that a bit as well. Like Winter Soldier was much better. I thought the first Captain America was very slow, but Winter Soldier just upped its game, and it was this spy thriller. It was incredible.
Yeah, and I think that I was put off because my son saw Thor and he said he hated it, so I just took him on his word, and he said he didn't like anything about it, so I didn't go there.
Yeah.
And then the bits that I saw of Thor in other movies, I wasn't too keen on the character one bit. And then I heard that the Thor Ragnarok was taking a different type of tone, so I'd said, well, we'll give it a shot, being the first real Thor movie I watched, and I just thought, this is amazing. But you're right, I know it's nothing like the other ones, but he needed that to be the character he is now, or to get him through the rest of the movies. Because if he'd just been his sort of previous incarnation, I don't think anyone would have been that bothered about him.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. It's like, you look at him now in the Avengers, he seems like a more a primetime player, whereas beforehand he wasn't. He was playing second fiddle to Captain America and Iron Man, but now he's the main guy, isn't he? Thor. He's that's a really good film. Good question though.
Yeah, and I would say, in a way, I'm going to say Terminator 2, just because when Terminator 2 came out, even though I loved Terminator 1, to me, it just blew Terminator 1 away. And I just thought about Terminator 2 used to be my go-to movie for ages. I don't think that way anymore. But it made us think, like, put the original Terminator on the sort of the side and just say, well, I'm not, because to me it topped it on every level. You know, it's the special effects, all this type of thing, storyline, the action. So I thought Terminator's just blown away. So, but I didn't hate the original. But now I went back to the thought, I think I do slightly prefer the Terminator, the original one now, than Terminator 2. But Terminator 2 is a brilliant film. But it's funny. I don't know if I would say any sequels to movies that I really hated.
Yeah.
You know, I'll tell you what's one of the worst sequels ever, Grease 2. I love Grease, but Grease 2, wow.
Oh, no, I've never seen that one. That's not got the original actors in, has it?
No, it's like it's
all recast.
Passion in it. It doesn't have any of the spirit of the first one for me. Unless you probably saw that first. Grease
right, okay.
2, you might prefer that over Grease.
That's I mean, another one I can think of is Iron Man 3. That was, I mean, I constantly say it on the channel. It's absolute garbage. That is one of the worst films ever made. I watched that at the cinema and I was just like, what is this? This is
Your son doesn't like that one. I haven't seen it actually. But my son doesn't like it at all.
Don't waste your time, John. Don't waste your time.
It's up there. My son's got it, but I might see it. I've got Disney Plus. It's on Disney Plus. We do plan to go through all of the Disney movies on Disney Plus. The Marvel movies. But I don't know when that'll ever happen. But I would like to see them all in succession to get that whole thing. We've seen the majority of them, but we haven't seen them. We just saw them at the cinemas, you know. So we've kind of saw them out of sync. So Luke is talking movies forever. Hiya, Luke. Hi, John. Hi, Luke. Mate. How's it going, pal? I'm watching, and funny you mentioned watching Jaws for the first time. I have it in 4K, but I've never seen it yet. Ooh. Well, Luke, you're in for a treat.
Definitely.
And the 4K looks spectacular. It's one of the best 4Ks out there.
Enjoy, Luke.
Yeah, you will enjoy it. And I can't think of anybody thinking Jaws is a bad film in any way.
No.
Do
you reckon it's like, I mean, what I heard before watching the film, a lot of people would say like the shark just doesn't look real and stuff like that. Yeah. And there's like, but I don't think anything. I thought it's just everything just looks great visually.
Yeah. I mean, the shark, if you're hypercritical with it, it's not the most realistic shark at times. You can see flaws in it, but I think the movie's that good that it's not, you kind of just forget about it.
Yeah.
You're that scared of the shark, that and what it's capable of, that you just turn a blind eye to the effects when they're not. I think there's only a couple of effects in the movie that isn't really that good. I think the rest of it's spot on. For 1975, especially when the shark didn't work for most of the movie, I think they've done a pretty decent job.
Yeah.
Did you know that they've got the original shark, or one of them, and they've got it in a museum now, and they've got somebody, I think, Greg Nicotero from who done the special effects for Evil Dead 2. He's remaking. He's put the shark back together, and they've hung it on the ceiling somewhere.
I know. I've seen on like I can't remember where I've seen like a video. I might have been a podcast I've been watching, but where someone went into like this. I think it like a little exhibit in this guy's like shop. He must have like a little museum in America where he has a lot of like the memorabilia from the film. So I don't know. Where did you say it was? Like the shark? Where they rebuilt it?
It's somewhere in America. It's definitely somewhere
maybe
it's
the same place then, because this guy he had like all like the different memorabilia. I think it was on a show called Comic Book Men where they go into like the memorabilia. It's a show. It was in America, and they were doing an episode on Jaws and like the memorabilia of Jaws. And like I said, he went into this place and they had all like the costumes and all like, little tiny little bits of set pieces. But he said at the time the guy was a kid and he just like he must like live nearby where they were filming and grabbed a load of the stuff from the set, and now it's worth an absolute fortune. But I love memorabilia. Like, I just seen like film stuff. It's great to see, and especially it's a film like Jaws that you really enjoy as well.
Yeah. We went to there's a place in Newcastle called the Hancock Museum,
right?
And they had this show on, and I remember it was or an exhibition of a personal. Sometimes they have like special shows on, or special exhibits on every now and again from a personal collector who collected. And this one was this fella collected stuff from the films. So me, my son, my wife went up, and my son must have been maybe about 10. So they had a thing where they created all the alien stuff they had, and had some eggs and that. But you had to walk through this like tunnel, and they were like shooting air at you and frightening you, you know. And he was scared of his life. And then we went out, and there was a bloke stood in the sort of cave thing, smoking a cigarette, but he was Batman, and he had Batman's suit on. And he looked the most unlike Batman, whatever. But the son was scared stiff of him because he was in this dark cave with a cigarette. And one of the most amazing things was this fella was actually there, and he was taking you around, and he was letting you, to be honest, he was letting you touch a lot more stuff than he should have let you touch. So he said, right, he said, this here, he says, do you want to hold this? He said, it's the lightsaber from the Return of the Jedi.
Oh, wow.
And I says, what? It was just a handle. So he said, if you see Luke with it in his hand before it turns into anything, it's just like a prop. It's just a bit of plastic, basically.
Right.
But I said, so that's the one that he said, oh, yes, if you see this one in the film, that is this one that you hold in your hand.
You just hear like a big smash on the floor. You're like, no.
But the thing is, I think it must have been the fact it didn't look very like stable, this thing. So I would imagine he didn't let this happen for very long. However, it was the amount of people who must have touched it. He must have withdrew it at a certain point because it would have been wrecked by the end of it. But I can say that you couldn't say photographs, unfortunately, but that would have been amazing to get a thing to say this is. I mean, you may just pick it off the floor. I don't know, and he's just talking rubbish. But
you'll never know. It's a mystery, one of life's mysteries.
Yes, it is. Yeah. So Jim Jam, hey James, you all right? Hiya guys.
Yeah, Jim.
Next movie talk. The Cable Guy is a very underrated Jim Carrey film. It certainly is.
I watched that recently.
Is it?
Yeah. What are your thoughts on it?
I think it's a great film. I think it was just a bit. I don't think people were ready for it being so dark. They were expecting just a bit of a screwball comedy, and it's a bit different to that.
Yeah, I think he's got like a lot of. This is the thing with Jim Carrey. Like he's got like, we've seen like Man on the Moon. That's a very different film. That, I mean, he's got like, it's like you've got your Ace Ventura ones, your Dumb and Dumbers, and then you've got like these darker tone movies like Man on the Moon and Cable Guy, where like he's basically playing a stalker best friend for this guy, isn't he? He's just absolute loon. But it's I watched it a few weeks back first time, and I thought it was a really fun film.
I think it was good. I just think that people were expecting them to do a certain movie all the time. Yeah. And then this one was the first one we did one which wasn't really like that. And I think it divided a lot of people. But I think it's a really good movie. It's a funny one because you don't see it around that much here. It's not one that gets talked about. You don't see many people buying it or anything.
No,
I would definitely have it in my collection. But there's a few films like that you think, oh, we'll get that next week, and then you forget all about it, or it's not around.
It's well worth watching. If you're not seeing that, check out The Cable Guy.
Definitely. So James says, what's your favorite film as a kid that you enjoyed but can't stand now?
Let's see. You know what? I'd probably say it would be like a Christmas movie. One I enjoyed as a kid was Jingle All the Way with Arnold Schwarzenegger. I loved that as a kid. I thought it was one of the best films to watch, especially around Christmas time. I absolutely loved it. But I mean, I've watched that in recent years, and it just, for me, it doesn't hold up. It's not a great film, but that's definitely one out there. I watched as a kid. I didn't enjoy. Now as an adult. What about you, John?
I'm trying to think what I used to watch as a kid. I saw that many when I was a kid. I think I just watched film after film. I think there's a lot of them that I used to really be into and then just never went back to them. I wouldn't go back to them now. I can't think of any offhand. I think that you could say that I used to like a lot of the early, I don't know when they were out. Some of the Disney ones, there was a spell I went to the picture and I saw things like Bedknobs and Broomsticks and I just thought they were absolutely brilliant. But apart from a few definite sort of lines in Bedknobs and Broomsticks that the young lad says,
Right. Okay.
Which are just hilarious, unintentionally hilarious. I just think it's not, because it's like the football team that were playing, the rhinoceroses and the tigers and that.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it a few years back. I'll be honest. I remember. I do remember like the theme and stuff like that.
Blues and the Dirty Yellows. I used to have that wallpaper on my room when I was a kid. Believe it or not.
Right.
So, but I wouldn't thank you for it now. I couldn't sit through the whole thing. It would drive us insane. So maybe bed knobs and broomsticks.
So where do you stand on like Mary Poppins? Then is that like a one where you're not fussed on now, or
it was never one that was like that bothered with at the time. I think it was a bit too. I preferred the ones who were a bit madcap, like the Aristocats, and them ones were a bit more like in 101 Dalmatians, which were a bit more sinister in a slight way.
Yeah,
I think Mary Poppins was a bit too nice for me.
Yeah,
although I do appreciate it. I probably know as you know with them movies, you know every single song, don't you?
Yeah, I love them. I love musicals.
Did you see the new Mary Poppins?
I've seen I watched a bit of it over Christmas. It looked quite good. I like the songs. What I see. I mean, I've not seen the whole thing, but I think I can't. Is it Emily Blunt who plays
Emily Blunt?
The role. I think she's good in the role, and I see this guy in a lot of things now. Is it that Manuel Lynn, the guy who was playing Dick Van Dyke's role in it?
I don't know, but I know Emily Blunt in it.
Yeah, I think he does like all these like Hamilton. I think Hamilton musical and a few other ones. He's like big into musicals. This guy, but I thought it was good. I like the music. It was very. I mean, it sounded like the music from the original. It was very reminiscent, and I thought it was a good film.
I think I would actually watch. I like Emily Blunt. I think I might actually watch that sometime. It's on Disney Plus, so I think I might do that. So what's your next? James says, "What's your next cinema trip?"
Oh, it's got to be. I think this month there's not much coming out this month. It's quite. January and February are always pretty quiet, aren't they? So, like I said, Batman early next month, unless there's something that crops up this month at the end of the month. Batman's probably definitely going to be the one. Yeah,
I think it's that Doctor Strange. I don't know if that's out before it. I don't think it is.
I think is that out in April? Is it or May? Is it maybe?
It's sooner than I thought it was going to be, because when I heard about it coming out, I thought, oh, this is going to be like 2 years away, but it's literally, practically up in it. So, I would say that definitely the Batman would be.
There's another one as well. I was looking at my notes then, but there was Uncharted, and have you heard of this one, John? And it's like based on the video game. I've never played a video game, but this is one where I probably would go to the cinema because it looks like an Indiana Jones type, so like an adventure, like a mummy sort of movie. Yeah. So that one looks exciting. It's got Tom Holland in as well, so I think that'll be a decent watch. Might go see that maybe.
He's in it as well, isn't he?
Yeah, he's in that as well. Yeah, I like both of them. Mark Wahlberg movies are usually pretty decent. They're pretty solid ones. There was one recently. What was it called? It was like an Amazon one where he was playing like this guy, like a Highlander. It was like a Highlander type movie.
Yeah.
But that was pretty decent. I watched that over. I think it was out in December. But yeah, that looks a good film. Uncharted, I think that'll be one for February, which is worth watching. But definitely Batman.
I've seen the trailer, and the trailer looked very, very good. Actually, that's the first time I knew about it when the trailer come on. I think I was watching Spider-Man. I thought, that's all right. Now, Tom Holland's, I think he's going places. Actually,
he definitely is. What are your thoughts on video game movies adaptations in general?
When I was young, I used to play video games all the time. Then I just got totally out of it, so I don't really know anything. The only thing I remember that's been a movie is Sonic the Hedgehog. Actually, believe it or not,
that was good.
That was all right, wasn't it?
Yeah, I like that.
It was okay.
Fun movie.
So to be honest, it's probably might be best for me, because say if I played a game, it was like a really good game that's got a really bad movie.
Yeah,
you'd be like totally sick. But I've never had that experience. So if I see a movie and it's all right, I don't even know if it's better than the video games. So for me, and I don't think my son plays video games all the time, but I haven't got access to them, and I just think it's a massive wormhole to go down. Life's short enough with tons of movies. Never mind putting games in the mix.
I'm guilty. I do play. I like playing the odd chill out game, or playing like FIFA or something like that. I'm not a massive gamer, but I do like to occasionally just crack out the Nintendo and stuff like that and play a few games. I like the older games, though, like the more the retro ones, like the SNES and stuff like that, and the PlayStation 1. I like them playing a bit more. I think sometimes there's too many buttons nowadays. I'm like, press this, press that. I'm just like, I get lost in the buttons.
Yeah, I can't. I used to be able to control controller very well, but now I haven't got a clue because you've got to press 3 at a time in a certain way, and it's too much. I prefer just a couple of just a little 4 things with a little tutor on the top, and that'll do me.
Yeah,
but I think sometimes it can just be a bit overwhelming, actually.
I know what you mean.
Bumpers Movies, 30 years support Newcastle. I feel your pain, John. Wow. Pain's even though we've got all that money, we've got access to all these players eventually, we're still not out of it yet, are we? We're still here in the sort of quagmire of Mike Ashley, but I think slowly it's going to be a slow process getting rid of him, or the ghost of Mike Ashley.
He's going somewhere, isn't he? Going Ipswich now? Is he?
I think he's after Derby as well.
Is it Derby? Oh,
yeah. So they'd be better off folding as a team and just packing it in than getting him involved. Because you might as well, because all he wants is just to sort of take all as much money as he can with them. He never invest in them, as we know. He's showed his real colours with us. So I think that's, obviously they're going to take his offer. Derby just to keep going, but it's a horrible position to be in. I'll tell you that much.
What other sports are you into, John?
What's that, sorry?
What other sports are you into?
Boxing.
You're into boxing?
I think that's more than anything else is boxing completely. Big fan of that since mid-80s, I think. Or even the 70s. We watched the 70s when my granddad used to watch Muhammad Ali and stuff like that. And Mike Tyson, obviously, and Frank Bruno. Nigel Benn. Love Nigel Benn. He was just something else. Chris Eubank, even though I couldn't stand him when he was boxing. I just wanted him to get beat all the time. He never used to seem to get beat. And but it's just one of them things where it's just like some sports just you resonate with, and just boxing is it for me.
You just click with it, don't you? No, I mean for me it's like I'm a big fan of pro wrestling. I'm like WWE and I've since I was a kid, I've always loved wrestling. So that's always been one of those things I've always watched. I do watch the occasional, like when it's like a big fight, I'll watch the boxing. Yeah. It's like a big world, like heavyweight fight, I'll watch it, but I'm not watching it week in, week out. I suppose there's not been that many big rivalries recently to get into it as much. I mean, with boxing, that's for me looking at it as a guy who doesn't watch boxing. It doesn't seem any attraction to it at the moment. I suppose Fury's the one who's coming in now, where he's making it a bit more exciting because he's just a fun character, like to watch. But apart from that, there's not much any other personality. That's what I like about it. I mean, I think it just goes back to film with wrestling. I always think wrestling is very similar to watching films for that reason. Yeah. If you get a personality like Tyson Fury, you can just make you laugh and just crack it up, and he's just like super engaging. I think you can it can bring a lot of people into sports that they wouldn't not normally watch, and that's where he's good. But I think there's very few of those Tyson Furies with boxing. That's I don't know if you'd name any more.
Well, there's a lot of rivalries, but they're under the radar these days. It used to be big news. Yeah. But unfortunately, I think there's that many people who own different parts of boxing, a little bit like WWE, and then what was the other one? There was all the rivalry. Yeah.
WCW.
All the rival companies, and they ignored the other titles and all that, and the other champions. And the split from one went to the other. This whole thing is this in boxing. You've got all these people who sort of certain belts don't recognize other champions, and then never make a fight between them. So all the good fights that could happen don't fight. It's like the companies keep them away from each other. So unfortunately, and that's been going on for youngsters.
It'll never end.
If you just let the fighters who you wanted to fight each other while they're in the prime, you just have one of the most. which used to happen in the 70s and 80s. All the big names like Muhammad Ali fought everyone, and vice versa, and it just doesn't happen now. See, Tyson Fury, as much as I like him, I think he's a good boxer, he hasn't really fought the whole lot. If he'd fought every single one, it would have been amazing, all the big names.
Yeah.
I think Anthony Joshua is the one who's fought the most out of the big names. So, but he's, I've got his autograph up there. Anthony Joshua's actually.
Oh, right, okay.
I didn't meet him, but I know my wife knows someone who knows him, so she got an autograph for us. So it says to John, best wishes. Keep your head up, Anthony Joshua. Good signature, man. So, and when awesome. you say someone's going to get your signature, you go, yeah, of course they are. And then all of a sudden, it was a couple of months later, she just said, oh, look. And I went, I don't believe it. So for 5 seconds when he wrote that out, he knew who I was.
Hey, that's awesome. That is awesome.
James says, great to catch you live. Yes, great that you come along, James. I've been on a couple of live streams with James. Great bloke. Got a lot of time for James, actually.
Yeah, I've seen some of his videos. I've seen him on a lot of live streams as well. He's seems like a really nice dude.
He's great, and he's got he does questions. He sets questions up for everybody as well.
Yeah,
and, questions aren't easy, because when you're watching it, you think that's not that hard. But when you're on an actual stream to do it with them with the questions, you think this is just rock hard. So. We've got Soph here. Sophie's Retro Revival. Hey, John. Hey, P. You all right, Soph?
Hey, tonight, John, as well, we're competing tonight, We're competing, not with just the football tonight, but with the Brit Awards.
What? Oh, you can't compete with the Brit Awards.
Oh, we're going to lose out. We're going to lose people tonight, I bet you.
That's it. You got the football, you got the Brit Awards. I just, and we picked the wrong day, didn't we?
Yeah. I honestly can't think of anything worse to watch. That's just like...
It's always awful even when it was watchable nowadays. Oh, I just can't imagine it being... I can't imagine us watching 1 second of that thing.
Nah, it's not for me.
So people talking to each other. That's
Sean, yeah.
I'll put them on there because... like I say, the last time I was on McKeith, we started answering all the questions and then we read all the things out. So I'll put these ones up on the screen so people can see them. Yeah. And then it might be able to get to the comments because we didn't get through the comments the last time. So hopefully we'll get to the end of the comments. But
we're going to do it.
We're going to try. And if we don't, we don't. But it's not for the one to try.
We'll try. We'll try our hardest.
Yeah.
Do or do not. There is no try. We're going to do it. We're going to get to the end.
Think positive. I like the positive vibes.
That's it.
All positive. Yeah. So James says, which actor from the 1970s would you like to see in a new film?
Like them back in the 1970s as the 1970s body, or like an aged version of them. Would that be?
Well, we'll do two. We'll say, who would you like to see, like a person from the 70s in a new film? Then who would you like to see? Would you like to see like a computerized version? Is that what you mean?
No, I mean, I suppose you could with like the was it the de-aging stuff and stuff like that. Now it's, I mean, do you watch that Book of Boba Fett, John?
Yeah.
Have you seen the recent episodes?
Yeah.
Wow. Right. Yeah, I mean, that's I don't want to say too much to spoil it for people, but the de-aging of certain people in that show is unreal. Like the way
it's insane actually, because there's certain times when you would think you were looking at a real person.
Yeah.
There's certain times when it just goes a little bit off.
Yeah,
but for the majority of the times you're thinking, yeah, it's so believable. And it's amazing you can do that.
Yeah, I mean, they can do it with anyone though now. It's like they could do it with someone who has passed away. I think this is the thing with Robin Williams. I think it was like, I remember reading this a while back where he had something in his will where they couldn't use his image or his voice or anything in any future movie after he passed away. And he had that in his will for it, and he just probably for maybe he saw the future of what movies and TV might be, But it's it's a weird one, isn't it, the way they do that. I think it's amazing.
Yeah.
I thought it was unreal, but
I think sometimes it's better than what they used to do. They used to bring someone like a lookalike in, or somebody pretending to be that person. You thought, well, nothing like them. But yeah, I think that I'm with it on that one. I do like the fact of who they're bringing back in and how they're doing it and how it's progressing the story. I think. So, what do you think of the Mandalorian and Boba Fett anyway? Do you think it's a good Star Wars entry?
I think they're fantastic. I mean,
yeah.
Look, the what was it, the sequel trilogy? I thought for what it was, I thought it was a good trilogy. I thought it was a good little sign off. They introduced this new batch of characters and they told some new stories, and I think it was good. But I can understand like people didn't like it. But I think it's that thing where people are never gonna like viewers of like movies. I think we always have an impression of a certain movie. Like look at Star Wars, the original sequel, the original movies. If it's going to be a carbon copy, people are going to say it's too similar, like The Force Awakens was. And if it's too far apart from what the original films were, people will say it's not Star Wars. And I think that's the problem. And any sequel, I mean, you get with the new Ghostbusters movies now, it's the same thing where people just like have a like very wide opinions on it. But I mean, the Mandalorian show, I feel like that is very similar to what the original trilogies was. It just feels the tone feels more in line with what the originals were.
It's got a great tone to it. It's got a great feeling through the whole thing, and I like Boba Fett kind of falls in with that as well. Yeah,
definitely. I mean, have you got a favorite show? What would you like prefer? Do you prefer Boba Fett or Mandalorian?
Mandalorian, I would I prefer. But then again, there's some great things happening in Boba Fett as well. So I kind of see them as a kind of all in one in a way, because they intertwine that much that you can't really have the one without the other in a way.
Yeah, definitely.
So the kind of, I like the fact that the kind of some of the episodes are happening simultaneously. There's another one, you go, oh, that's clever. And I think they've put a lot more thought into these ones than they did with, I think they rushed the movies, especially the second two in the trilogy. And I think it shows, I think they didn't have any concept of what they were going on it, and they just threw anything at it. But this one, they must have planned this out for a while. And I think they've more or less said, they've made a conscious decision to say, we're not going to release anything that's going to be rubbish. We're going to take a good, long, hard look at these and make sure they're workable before we release them, because we don't want to spoil anything about this new sort of thing they're introducing. So that's good forward planning.
I think it is I mean, as a fan of Star Wars, I'm a big fan of Star Wars, but like now it's like just like I was saying to someone the other day, these past 2 episodes of the Boba Fett TV show, even though it's very different from the first couple of episodes of Boba Fett, it feels like you were saying then, where they're all intertwined, the stories now. And these stories, what have been told in the past 2 episodes, could have been put into like a Mandalorian show, couldn't they?
Yeah.
But like they've just excited me as a fan now, and I think like a lot of the Star Wars fan base are feeling the same, where it's just like you're getting excited to seeing Star Wars stuff again. And I think that's maybe what the movies just didn't bring to a lot of people. I had a big buzz about the first movie. I thought it was great, and I enjoyed like The Last Jedi and the was it Rise of Skywalker. But this now is like a buzz for me. I'm just like, I was watching it the other day. I'm just like, wow, I can't wait to see what they do next with the story and what they do in future shows. Like they got that Ahsoka Tano show, and they're doing that and Cassian Andor show as well. I think it's a cool time to be a Star Wars fan in general.
I'll say that as well, and I think Obi-Wan as well.
Yeah,
going back to when you get that sort of feeling, that sort of tingle down your spine.
Oh yeah,
there was a few moments on the Obi-Wan trailer, and I just thought, oh, this has made my day. You know, when you just got that little kind of noises happening, little flashes at screen of certain objects, and you thought, I think from that, if they do it in a good way, I think this might tick a lot more. Mandalorian is great, and so is Boba Fett. I think they're great. But this one, I think Obi-Wan's going to be the one that seals it. And I think, to be honest, they might say, oh, well, why aren't they making films anymore? But I think Mandalorian could never have been like a movie, could it? It couldn't have done what it done it had to be a TV series.
Yeah, I think so. I think it works. I mean, it works a lot better. The storytelling, I think it's telling that relationship, between obviously the Baby Yoda and the Mandalorian, the journey. But like you said, if you've done that in 1 2-hour movie, it would just be, you wouldn't get them emotions and the relationship build up, would you, between them and anything like that? And maybe you could tell it over a couple of movies, but I mean, I always thought the Solo movie was a decent film. I enjoyed that one, but maybe that would have been better as a TV show.
Yeah, actually, yeah, I think if they brought that as a TV show, I think it might be better. I think that I liked it when I first saw the Solo, but when I watched it on a rewatch, I didn't really like it that much.
Did you not know?
It kind of went down in my estimations. I don't know why. It just didn't really do it that it did in the cinema. Strangely enough, because I did enjoy it in the cinema. And to be honest, the Last Jedi is the only Star Wars film that I haven't seen in the cinema.
Right. Okay.
Because my son, when he came back from it, I said, "What was that like?" He said, "It was the worst thing I've ever seen in my life." I went, "Oh." So that really so we didn't see it until it came out in Blu-ray. We watched it on Blu-ray. Actually, we had it in the collection for maybe a good year. Well, actually, we watched it just before that went to see the Rise of Skywalker.
Right. Okay.
Because I had to, you know.
And what do you think of it?
I don't know. I watched it and it just had a really strange feeling to it. It just felt odd.
Right.
As if it was like somebody making a Star Wars movie who didn't really know anything about Star Wars.
Right. Okay. Is it like would you say like is it like the direction of the certain characters, or?
Well, yeah, it's just a bit everything. There's a lot of people do things in that movie you wouldn't expect them to do. And you think, is that it? You know, for a big crescendo for certain characters, you think, oh, was that it? I've waited 8 movies for that.
Right.
But I've only watched it once. Me and my wife are going to watch that one and the last one, then we're going to rank them on a video. But we haven't got around to watching it because, funny enough, we're tearing through them. And then we came up with Last Jedi, and even my wife, who always loves to watch the Star Wars stuff, she's really into it.
Yeah.
And I say, should we watch the Last Jedi tonight? Well, not tonight. So we've come against a brick wall. We will watch it, but
I think it's certainly worth a rewatch, that one.
It looks there's some scenes that look spectacular in it.
Yeah.
The whole that thing when they were fighting in that red room and all that with the red sword, that's brilliant. But there's a lot of things that I don't know. I think I'm thinking of it. It's a bit like the new Doctor Who series. Wow, how they have changed that. Not the fact they've got a woman in there. They've just changed so many things. You just think, I don't know. I don't know what you were thinking of. So I'm glad to see they're going to take it back to a bit where it was before.
Yeah. But I think that's the thing, and we all like. That's what it must be. I mean, I'm glad I'm not a writer of one of these movies. I'll tell you that. It's these guys who are juggling the act of making something that is suitable for the fans. It's a hard task, isn't it, to do? But I think they are doing it with the TV shows, definitely. The Star Wars TV shows.
I think whoever's doing the TV shows are doing an exemplary job. I just think that if they took the time with the movies, the last 2 movies, they could have done a much better job. I just think that you could tell it was kind of rushed and just not what you would want. You not expect. Yeah. You always had a bit of a wow factor. And then there was just no wow factor for that. You were just thinking, whoa, what? Even the end one, I was a bit not too sure about this one, and I've only watched that one. I watched it once in the cinema, and we haven't watched it on Blu-ray yet. I think I've got 4K now. So if I had asked which actor from the 70s would like to see a new film, I was going to say probably about Charles Bronson.
Right.
If we could bring back one actor and say put him in a new film today, I would say Charles Bronson. And I think he's a really good 70s actor. Obviously Clint, but he's still around, so I can't say Clint.
Yeah, it would be. I'd say. What year was like Burt Reynolds? He was like 70s? Would you say 70s?
Yeah. 70s,
I'd say Burt Reynolds because he passed away a couple of years ago, didn't he? I definitely, if we could see him in some movies now. I mean, I like some of these, like from that era, like the 70s, like around like Cannonball Run, like Smokey and the Bandit, them sort of ones. But like the ones, Boogie Nights, have you seen that one?
Yeah, great movie.
That's a fantastic film, Burt Reynolds in, and I think he's just a great actor. He can do comedy, but you can also do like them serious roles as well. Like he's a.
I think even the serious ones, he's always got that little bit of humor in it.
Yeah, little twinkle.
Yeah, twinkle, yeah. So people saying hello to each other. Which is good to see.
It's like 100 comments of hello.
It is. You see, I've got my comments here and I can see the ones I've got on the screen, but I know it doesn't say it says new comments at the bottom, but it doesn't say how many new comments. I would dread to look at it. I'm hoping that we're going to get through them. I think we're going at quite a good pace.
Right, okay.
So, fingers crossed we'll get there. We'll try.
We'll do it.
So Jason, hiya Jason, you all right? Hey guys, hope you're well. Yes. Anything you're focused on adding to your collection? I'm really into getting my Anchor Bay collection. Added a bunch recently. Yeah, Anchor Bay was a great label.
Right.
I know they're finished now, but they used to release, all the movies that you wanted to do probably before Arrow were around. The sort of obscure sort of horror stuff and things like that. Anchor Bay used to release all them ones, so it's actually if you went to pick a collection to go, Anchor Bay is not a bad one to go for, because most of the movies in there are really good horror films, from the 80s, 70s.
Yeah.
Good company.
Anchor Bay.
But at the moment, I'm focusing on, getting video nasties, kind of like the band ones, and there seems to be loads. Every time you look online, there's a new one coming out that you think, when you look through your list, you say, there's no way I'm going to get this one, that one. It's been, it goes for hundreds of pounds because it's all out of print. And then you go and you see they're popping out. People are releasing brand new versions of them. So for me, I'm just going down the video nasty path for a bit. I'm getting right into it, actually.
Wasn't the one as well you mentioned when we did that the collaboration video? You said, was it Death Race 2000? You said you didn't have.
Yeah, well, actually, yeah. Funny you should say that. Death Race 2000 is out of print now. Somebody owned it. I think it's an American company. They've owned it, and it's just out of print for whatever reason. But somebody's got to pick that up. I'd love to have that on Blu-ray because I know it looks really nice on Blu-ray. It's got an early Sylvester Stallone's in there, 1975.
Yeah,
very early one.
Is it good? Well worth checking out. I remember you saying. I remember in that video you were like really passionate about that film, saying it was a decent watch. And I mean, Stallone in it as well.
One of those ones from 1975 when I was 7. Used to see the trailer on the telly and it looked amazing.
Right.
And you wanted to see this movie where you knew that they were killing people for sport.
Right.
In this modern dystopian future where they would get points. It was a comedy, and say there's a granny, you get more points for knocking a granny over than you would for a young person or a kid. You would get more. It was so like un-PC. It was unreal. But going back to it and you watch it now, you can see how cheesy it was. It's ultra cheesy. But and again, we're talking about the nostalgia. Hits comes in for me. I've just got such a great thing about this whole. Every time you opened the comic up, there was an advertisement for the film Death Race 2000, which made me have this sort of fantasy imagination of it, which is far more than it ever turned out to be. So I would love to get it, the Death Race 2000. And you remember my videos better than I do, actually, AP.
I try to remember as much as I can.
You're doing good.
But I really think for me, I like with the Pixar movies, I always trying to add more to the collection with the Pixar. But I try and pick out, talking about, I can't remember, we were talking off air about movie collections in general and like collecting. I think it's good to, I like picking out like a certain actor sometimes, like a Stallone, or because I'm into like action movies or like a Mel Gibson and, just digging out movies that I'd never have heard of before and trying to add to collections of them. I think it's sometimes just good to go on like Wikipedia and just find a random movie by an actor you like. And it's good doing it that way sometimes, is to add to a collection. But I'd say Pixar is probably the main one. And the Studio Ghibli, that is definitely one that I'm interested in adding to.
Do you like that particular animation?
Yeah, it's something I've only got into recent years, but I mean, Spirited Away. Have you ever seen the Spirited Away movie, Joe?
I haven't. I've seen maybe a tiny snippet of one of them, but I do like that type of animation, but I've never actually went into watching one properly.
Oh, it's a cracking film, really, really good. But like I like a few of them, like the just there must be like over 20 movies of the Studio Ghibli ones, and like to add a few of those to the collection would be cool. But Spirited Away is just one I
Yeah,
watched first time. I was like, wow, it's just a movie you can just sing into, like the world. It's just
yeah,
kind of like an Alice in Wonderland sort of esque story to it. But it's all these spirits and in this like weird bathhouse of spirits. It's a weird story, but I love the animation style, as you said, it looks
yeah,
really good. And I think the music in them sort of Studio Ghibli movies, they're kind of like a old like video game music, like the old Zelda, and just like
yeah,
it sounds different to like Americanized music scores. They
yeah,
always just sounds dead like it's got a distinctive tone to it. Whereas like I think like Michael Giacchino, I think he does the Spider-Man movies and stuff now.
yeah.
His scores are amazing,
Uh-huh.
but when you listen to like some of these Studio Ghibli ones, and you're probably getting like martial art movies as well, very like they got like their own distinctive
Yeah,
style and
they
flavor
do.
to them, and I really like them. The good like chill out soundtracks. I think them sort of ones.
I think you're right because I think that maybe if you come from like China or Japan, because I'm a big fan of some Japanese music, and to me it's one of those ones where they can do it, but if you were to go and maybe try and Americanize it, or you were trying as an American person or an Eastern person, a
Yeah,
European person to sort of say, right, I'm going to write a song like that. You may not have it in your DNA to do it,
yeah,
and I think it all adds to that because it's definitely a complete package what you're getting off that.
yeah, definitely, definitely. Well, this is just a little one, but your entrance music isn't it inspired by Ennio Morricone?
Yeah.
Yeah, are you a big fan?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's a like fantastic. I mean, his scores are amazing. Yeah, I
To
love
be
this.
honest, I'm a big fan of Italian movies in general, and
Right.
you can even on the most, some of these like video nasties or these like really obscure horror movies that no one's really seen, and they come out and you think, well, I've never seen this before. He's usually behind the soundtrack. He must have done much more soundtracks than you would imagine, and they're all brilliant. There's not one that as soon as you see his name come up, music by Ennio Morricone, you think, I'm in for a treat
Good.
here.
Yeah,
And they're
I agree.
usually better than you even think they were going to be. And they've always got a hook that you think, right, well, obviously the Dollars trilogy, it's got you from the first phrase, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And you think,
Yeah.
right. And it's a bit like that. And he seems to always be Ennio Morricone, but not the same song. He seems to have a style, but he's got all his tunes are just amazing. He's just a genius. I don't
Yeah,
know how anyone could have wrote that much good music.
it's just like I said, genius. I mean, you could just sink into that music, and it's just it's certain movies. Just like the music creates like if you took the music of them spaghetti westerns, any Morricone's music away, would you reckon you'd look at them movies the same way?
No,
No,
no, because
it's like John Williams, isn't it? He's the same.
yeah,
Like I mean,
yeah.
just
If you get a sort of cowboy movie from that time, from the 60s, middle
yeah,
60s, and it was just an American one, it wouldn't have the same vibe at all. That's when I remember first seeing these. And I remember I was at my granddad's, I think, he says, oh, we're going to watch a spaghetti western. I don't know what you're talking about. Thinking there was something to do with spaghetti, obviously it's not.
yeah.
And I remember saying, I said, well, the people aren't talking right because they're all talking in the voice. He says, oh,
Oh,
they've got
yeah.
people talking because they're talking a different language, which I couldn't understand. I said, what on earth would you want to watch that for? But, and I switched off until the music started and I was hooked because of the music. So that got me into the film. And then I realized, like, I think it was Fistful of Dollars we watched first because they must have had the three on, like one a week.
Yeah.
I was at his house at that time and I says, right, I'm hooked because the music hadn't been there, I would have just turned me back and I probably wouldn't have never looked at him again. So I think so the music on that, I think it was in 2010, I was just messing about and I thought, or maybe I just thought myself, oh, I'm going to write a spaghetti western song. And that came out. I've never done anything like it again.
Right.
But it just worked. I can still play the song. I can still play the guitar in it. but the kind of the sort of lead thing that goes over the top of it, I go at me in my guitar and I try as hard as I can to recreate. I can't do it. I don't know where it is on the guitar. I've lost it. So I can play half the song. Wow.
I know you mean like that with like I play instruments myself, but thankfully I play like keyboards as well as guitar and stuff. And with synthesizers, luckily enough you can just save the preset. That's the problem with like guitar tone. I mean, you can get them on certain amps, but in general, it's just like play around with the sound, isn't it? And hope for the best that you get a good sound, and then once you've recorded it, and you probably just change it to a different like tone, don't you, on your guitar amp or whatever.
I think if you can't see if you do a song in 2010 and record it on somewhere, like you recorded on this studio thing, then it's done. You don't really need to go back to it. And then if somebody says you play that song again, you haven't even picked it, even strummed it for 10 years, you think, well, what did I do? Because probably usually that song would have been probably written and recorded in a day and then kind of pretty much forgotten about.
Yeah.
And it was when I put it on here, there was a few songs I could have chose, and I just thought I'm just going to put this one on. I don't know why I picked that one, but there is keyboards on the back of it. There's chimes, like in it, but I don't think that the song gets to that. It's longer than the intro. Actually, it's about 3 minutes long.
It's brilliant. I think it's a cracking intro. Really, really good intro.
It's funny because I was going to change it every now and again, but I think people had said they just associate me with that song, so don't do it. So I said, oh, well, fair enough. If there's no point in saying, imagine if I put one on, people say it's the worst thing I've ever heard in my life. So I'll just leave it alone. I'll leave it alone with that one.
Don't do like the 2022 remix of it, like the techno remix of the intro song. Like it's all like disco and stuff like this going on. Techno.
I never do that. The disco version. No, I just don't. It can never work like that. It wouldn't. If you get like a spaghetti western tune, you've got to do a certain type of tropes in it with. The fact it's got that kind of like marching snare drum and that, and it's got no beat in it apart from the snare drum, and I think it's better for it if it had a drum beat on it. It would have ruined it actually.
Well, it would sound more like just a very like a normalized song. I think, like you said, it's the drums give it that sort of like that spaghetti western vibe, doesn't it? Like it's that building up of like a cowboy walking down into a town. It's like just like horses going. It's got that beat, and I think it works really well. It's a great song.
It's great you should say that, because it's nice to think you've done something that people think. I've heard a few people saying that they quite like the song, and I wouldn't think they would know that with all my songs, because there's one I'm going to put on somewhere. I haven't really decided how I'm going to put it on. It's a death metal song that I did.
Oh, right, okay.
It's about 10 seconds long, and it's called Cheeky Knife. And I'm determined to put that on somewhere, but I can't think where on earth I can put Cheeky Knife in anywhere for a 10-second clip. So you probably never see that one.
Are you singing on it, John? Are you singing?
My mate is singing on Cheeky Knife, yeah.
All right, okay. Fantastic. I can't wait. Get on a video.
This is just do a death metal voice we did, so I can't sing.
I try. I do try. I've done a few songs and stuff. But
I'd like to hear some of your stuff. Do you have any stuff online or anything?
Yeah, I mean, so online, I think very similar to yourself, where you're like a solo band project.
Yeah.
Would you say
it's good because you can't fall out yourself, can you?
Well, exactly. I've been in bands in the past, and it never works out. But I think it's always good.
Really, does it?
You're in a solo project. I mean, for me, I've not done the band stuff for a few years now. I do it occasionally. I'll write I do like short films on the channel every so often. So I write the music for that. But it's more like I like doing the soundtrack stuff now rather than singing. But I've done I've done like an album in the past and a few EPs. It's called Masters of the Radio. The band is called.
Right. I like it. Yeah. Well,
anyone's interested.
I was always thinking I was going to do one of my projects. I was going to do was going to be something that was like a soundtrack album. But I don't know when that would ever take place. I think I tried to do a soundtrack of like a sort of 70s Italian zombie movie, I think that's somewhere. I don't know where that's ever gone, but I think I was going to try and do something that was just all instrumental. Most of my albums are instrumentals because I haven't got no one to sing on it. Although I did go through a spate where my mate used to sing on quite a lot of songs.
Right.
So I don't mind writing lyrics, but I prefer writing music. Lyrics are things that I can't be bothered with. They take too long. I can knock a song out quite quickly, and if it's all right, if I feel it's all right, I'm happy with it. I don't tend to ever go back to it and sort of. But I think the song, that tune is called "The Song with No Name" as a homage to the man with no name.
All right, okay.
What else could you call it? So I think I did sort of go back to the good thing is when you do with someone in a recording studio, you can record the guitar and you can go back a little bit and do an overlay of the sort of lead break thing. And then you can put the drums on a little bit afterwards. And I think it took us a while to get all the little elements together to make it work.
Yeah. It sounds good. It sounds a cracking song. I think it's fun. Just in general, me, I'm like you with music now. I prefer doing music instrumentals, just like what would sound like something in a music soundtrack, but just because I enjoy listening to that sort of music, and more so I like listening to movie soundtracks, and it relaxes me. I enjoy that.
Yeah. You ever heard of a band called Mogwai?
It rings a bell.
Because most of their albums, they're from Scotland, and they most of their albums are instrumentals. They might have one with lyrics on it, or someone singing on one song on the full album. They've had about 12 songs out, but I tell you what, some of them albums are brilliant. They sound like they do soundtrack albums for shows as well. And some of the songs are like 10 minutes, 20 minutes long. They're really good, actually. I saw them live, and they were the loudest noise I've ever heard in my life. If I'd put my head into a jet engine, it might have recreated Mogwai's level. Wow. So the 4K chef says, just picked up a Clockwork Orange 4K from the Warner Brothers store for £13. Nice little. Would you be picking up Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer, John? Well, I think I was talking about this before. The movie itself, it's a good movie. I do enjoy it, but I can't see a 4K of it looking any good because the movie is very grainy and grubby anyway. It was shot like that. I can't see that. I would like to find out what the 4K looks like because I'm interested in it. But if it comes out and it's not really much more than a DVD quality because that's where it was shot.
Yeah.
I always think that this one, Clockwork Orange looks great in 4K, but Henry Portrait is a Serial Killer. I don't think it can look good. Because every time I've seen that movie, it's always grainy.
I mean, I've never seen that film, so is it how would you describe that movie? Is it?
It's like a sort of
is it horror?
It's one of these ones where Henry is a serial killer, and it just takes you through his life and what he does. Just a movie about a serial killer and his relationship. He's got a mate as well who joins in, so it's like it's pretty out there, mind. And I know it's cut over here. There's a couple of scenes cut in UK, couldn't get them because they were that violent.
Yeah,
but I think they're back in. I would imagine they're back in if I were releasing them.
Yeah,
but it's not an easy watch. But I can't. You know, when you see a movie like Jaws, you know it's going to be good on 4K. It's that good looking. I can't see that looking good in 4K because it really doesn't look good as a movie. You know, visually.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
So that I'm on the fence with that one, mind. 4K chef, I've got to say. So Tony, good evening, peeps.
Hey, Tony.
Hi, Tony. So Pete says, anything in the HMV 3 4Ks for £30 offer you're after. I don't know what's in the actual offer, but I like that 3 for 30. I think that's a really good deal.
I do not collect 4Ks. I'll be honest with you. I'm still a DVD guy, me. I'm still old school, me. I never got into Blu-rays, to be fair, either. I just never after VHS and DVD. I was just like, I don't want to go any step forward at the moment. I think I will go to 4K eventually, but still DVD does it for me.
Well, that was the first video I bumped into with, wasn't it? When I looked at your video with the DVD, I still buy DVDs, and why I still buy it. So I said, all right, I'm going to take a look at this. And like I was saying before, with your channel in general, your topics that you pick, and also the way you present them are very, very watchable, I find. And I do think that when I watch your videos, because when I edit a video, if I put a half-hour video out or something like that, it would be about 3 hours long before I cut all the bits out of me getting everything wrong. But your videos seem to be pretty much one take. Am I right in thinking that?
There's definitely a few cuts in between, like on the Saturday shows. But in general, I don't stop and start. I just go for it.
A lot out in one go, which I'm always amazed at.
I think if I make a mistake, I make a mistake. I just sort of just roll with it, because otherwise I'll be just stopping and starting too many times if I sort of mispronounce something, or I just flow with it. I think that's the best way.
Well, I'd done one this morning. Actually, it was just what I picked up in the month of December and January, because I hadn't done the December one for some reason, and I managed to get most of that out. And there was a few mistakes. I just left them in because there was a lot of mistakes, but I left a few in.
Right.
But if I left all the mistakes, it was an hour, and I'm cutting it down now, and I think I've got it down to about 40 minutes. Hopefully get it down to about half an hour. There was a lot of stuff to actually put in there, you know.
What happens when you make what happens if you make a mistake, John? What's like your reaction if you say a movie year wrong or something? What's your reaction? Is it like, no, I've got to restart the camera, I've got to start from scratch, we're going from the top?
I used to. Now I just go, and then think, right, what was I talking about? And I go, right, and I just go off again, then probably fluff a couple of times and then get back in the swing of things. Because once you're on a roll, you're all right.
Yeah.
You've got to it's like falling off a bike. You tend to get a few little missteps until you actually crack on and get on the bike again.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
I used to be terrible. I used to be wanting to do the whole thing in one go. And if anybody came in at the last minute, rather than just think, "Oh, well, I'll stop there," you do what you got to do, and then I can't carry on. I'd say I have to do the whole thing again. I didn't really know about editing when I first started, so now I know about editing. I can cut out all the massive mistakes that I make. So thank God for editing software.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So for that, Pete, I'm going to say I'm definitely going to go there. I'm going to Metal Centre tomorrow, actually. We're going to pick up some shelves. So my wife says, we'll go and get the shelves and you don't need to go to an HMV, do you? I said, do you think for 1 minute that we're going to go to the Metal Centre and I'm not going to go to HMV? So, yeah.
Is there a pretty big HMV where you are, John?
It's not too bad. They've moved. They used to be in a certain place, but they've moved to another part of the Metal Centre, which is quite a distance away from us. But it's a decent thing. And plus, the lad who works there is called Stephen Monkey Mason. He's got a great channel, Lonely Tree Entertainment. Right. I talk to him all the time. I knew him long before I knew he had a channel, actually. And he gives us some great heads up to say, because he'll say, I'm looking on the shelves, and he'll say, have you seen what's around the corner on the bottom there? Or have you seen this one just come through the door? And I go, I didn't know it was there. So he's great to have. You must see things coming through the doors. You must say, if I ever come in the shop and see him, he'll sort of point us and say, I've got a few things you might want to pick up. And some of the recommendations he gives us is absolutely brilliant. So I'll definitely do it, Pete, but I might do that tomorrow. And because I'm after a few 4Ks, but I'm definitely wanting to get them in sales. I try to get me 4Ks in sales unless it's a movie I'm desperate for, you know. Top of Southgate says, hey Mondo, congrats on the 2K subs. Cool. Yeah. That was
congratulations. That's awesome. How do you feel?
It feels surreal. It's a bit of a actually I was talking to Keith about this because Keith's his channel is just going through the roof quite rightly because he's got some superb stuff
great
on
content.
there.
Yeah.
But I think that when you start YouTube and you see people on like milestones like that, you find it difficult to imagine it. And then you think, in your mind, you think, well, that must be 10 years away or 12 years away. And then it starts to creep up and you think, hang on a minute. And then when it happens, you think, wow, that actually happened. And then I don't think it kind of prepares you for it because you think you don't know you don't know where you should be in things. And you think it's so appreciated, the fact of the channel growing. And it makes you think, I think it's just great. The views as well, when you know that a lot of people have viewed your videos, you think, wow, that's great to think you're not playing to an empty house. And it's I don't know. It's just it's surreal. I was talking to Keith about how he said it's hard to explain. That's the easiest way to say. It feels it's strange in a way.
Like when you started this, did you have any idea where you wanted to go? Was it just like honestly just talking about your passions? Was it just a case of that?
Just I was going to literally just talk about my movies because I thought I've got a good collection, and I talk about it to people at work that don't care. I've talked about it to my wife; she doesn't care. So I had no one actually talked about it to. So I thought, hang on a minute, if I can talk to people online and anybody wants to talk to us about it, I can actually speak to people about this. Never thinking it would go this far. Never thinking I would do a live stream. Never thinking I would be, the channels that you look at. Never thinking you would actually be speaking to them channels, like physically, because you thought, well, hang on, they're a channel that don't speak to people, but they do. Everyone speaks to everybody, as you know.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's a weird thing to be in, to have this sort of like, I don't think anything. So what did you think yourself, AP, when you started? Did you know what it was all about, or did you sort of get surprised at certain things?
I mean, I think like your channel, the way your channel's grown is like way different than mine, because I like mine's like, I think because I've been doing different things with the channel for a few years beforehand, and I feel like over the past year since I've niched down into movies, I've got like a similar like feeling with yourself where it's like hit 500 subscribers a few months back, and like you said, it's just an unreal like little milestone. I know it's only a number and it shouldn't really matter, but I think it's just one of those things where you're just saying that's really cool. But I think of like what you're saying, where it's the people, it's like opens this little window to people who you would never have connected to before.
Yeah.
And it's just so great to do. Like, I mean, like yourself, we live in different parts of the country. We would never have known each other any other way from doing this. And I think that's just unreal. And I think of all the really great friends like yourself who have met over the past year or so, just talking about a passion, a hobby. And I think it's really cool. I mean, I think if anyone can do the hobby and just enjoy it, I think sometimes this is the problem with like people get so focused on like, I've got to do this and I've got to make money out of it. And I think look, we both obviously do it because we enjoy the hobby and we enjoy talking about movies. And look, if we were making millions of pounds, that'd be great as well. But I just love the community aspect and just like talking, like you said, outside, like people I go to work with, they don't necessarily all want to talk about movies, and you don't get a chance to really talk about movies. If you're on a break or something, you don't really get that opportunity to really have a deep dive chat into movie discussions, which is it's just the way things are. And I mean, like, not all my friends are like super big movie fans. We don't discuss about it, but I think it's great. And reaching them milestones and reaching 2,000 is awesome. That is an awesome number. That I think it's like, when did you start the channel, John? Was it like in
18 months ago?
That is unreal, mate. That is superb.
I can safely say a lot of it, the sort of initial ones when it picked up space, was from shout outs. I can definitely say that.
Yeah.
You would see a channel sort of grow a bit and you go, how did that, what's going on? What video have I put out? And you'd think, well, I haven't put a video out or whatever.
Yeah.
And then you realize that someone is giving you a shout out, and you realize that that's got you into a new sort of arena with other channels, and stuff like that. And then you sort of you just sort of grow from that. It seems to be someone's planted a seed, and it just seems to spread. And I think if you're in the right place at the right time, that's another one that if your video is seen, if you put one out that's maybe got a one that'll connect with somebody, and they see that one, and then they go back and look at the other stuff. Maybe they might not like it, and they might unsubscribe. There might not be one that'll ever visit your channel again. That's fair enough. But other times, maybe people might say, "Oh, well, hang on, this video this person's put out, there's more to it, their channel, than just that." And I think a lot of people that comment on my stuff feel the same way as I do about certain things. And as well, if I wasn't doing this channel and I was going through this video nasties craze that I'm doing at the moment, And I was taking it, people at work that would just be saying, "Can you not be sure about this? I am not interested at all about this." So you'd be frustrated, wouldn't you? Because you were saying, "How I've got all this stuff and I want to talk about it. I've got this uncut of this," and they just say, "Nobody cares." But on here, you've got that whole benefit of being able to be talking. There's always someone going to listen to what you say.
Yeah. I always think it's like a therapy session. I find sometimes when I go on the mic, it's just like unloading all the thoughts in my head about movies that I want to discuss, and that's what I like about it. It's just like I said, like if I make mistakes on the mic, I don't really care for that reason, because I just feel like I'm just unloading all like the thoughts and stuff I'm thinking about films at the moment. And then when you can connect to people in the community as well, and then like you said, I think like similar to yourself, there's people in the community in the comment section who I regularly discuss movies with, and I feel like you have the very similar like thought process on what movies they like, and you have the same sort of feelings. It feels like you build your little tribe of people, don't you? What like similar things to you, and I think it's terrific.
No, I think it's the best platform to do that on, and I'm just so grateful that it's great to be still here doing it, and because you never know what's going to happen when you start it up. When you fire it up for the first time, you just think this could go really wrong, and it hasn't, and I'm just so grateful that I can carry on doing it, and if I can do that and just be having fun with it, at the end of the day, what else could you want? It's kind of like when you get someone say, "What's your dream job?" and they say, "Oh, I would love to be, I don't know, like a roadie for a band or something like that, or I'd like to work in a film restoration company." This type of thing is kind of like a dream job as well. You're doing it. It's not your job, but it's kind of you're focusing some of your time on it.
Yeah, definitely.
It is like a dream job, isn't it? Really, when you think about it.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, like I said, you think. I just think like with YouTube in general, you look at it. What was it? It started in 2005, and you think, look before that, this platform didn't even exist. This like the idea of doing this, like a discussion about movies online didn't exist, and now it exists, and it's a thing people do, and it's like you said, it's not a job, but it's just like it feels like a job, but it's like a cool job. Like it's just it's hard to explain. It's kind of like if you want to be a rock star. It's that same sort of feeling. It's that platform to discuss something or do something that you're really just passionate about, and
I think you can't actually, in a way, say if you were a band and you were making music and nobody heard it, it would be a bit demoralizing. But if you're doing this and people are taking notice in it, you kind of cracked it, haven't you?
Yeah.
You're releasing your stuff to a public that wants to see it. If that's a weird way to sort of talk about it, but it does feel like you've got a place in something. And
I agree.
I do say that anybody who's ever watching this and you say, well, because I was like this for a good 3 years before I actually did it, and I was always saying next week, next month, next year. And then when I finally jumped in, I thought I wish I'd done it 3 years ago. But I think if anybody's watching this and they're kind of sitting on the fence, just start your channel up, because
I think so.
It's amazing what you can do.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, anyone who's got reservations about it, go for it. Is well worth doing. Definitely.
Yeah, I agree. So David Dane's Film Bloke says, good, I'm going back because I ordered Heavenly Creatures on DVD because the Blu-ray is rarer than Hen's Teeth. Oh, Heavenly Creatures is another Peter Jackson film, actually.
Right, okay, I've heard of that one.
Came out just before Lord of the Rings, I think.
Right, so that would have been, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Would that have been after Meet the Feebles, then, would it be?
Yeah. I'm sure that's one of his. It rings a bell for that. John Each Snow, hello. Aye. Nick's movie talk. My missus would never give the go-ahead to turn our bedroom into a movie room. You have a very cool missus.
You know what? Nick has got an awesome movie room as well. He's got a really cool movie setup, Nick. Check out his channel. Check out his movie room.
I'm sure I'm subscribing to Nick. But yes, I think I am. And then obviously, I don't know how she said I mean, I was on her back for a lot of years, months, just saying, you know, this shelf, and I just was like a drip and tapping and things. In the end, she just said, "I'll just go ahead and do it."
Yeah.
Mind you, when I put it up and I put all the video, the Blu-rays up, and you see that wall for the first time. Bearing in mind, when you're in bed, you look at that's all you see, just a sea of Blu-rays. Even I was thinking, I think this is a bit over the top. This but I really, but she says, but if we get the family round or get anybody who actually sees it in real life, the first thing they say, "What did your wife say about when?" What she said, looking at them, I was, well, I think she got used to it now. I hope.
Yeah.
Yes, she is quite cool in that respect. And she did say yes to Shelf too.
Awesome.
Pete says, will he be picking up the 88 films box set of the Species films? Personally, I won't, because I'm only a fan of the first movie. Unfortunately, I think 88 films box sets, they're great, but usually they've released a set of films, we only really like one of them. Do you like the Species movies?
I've never seen them. So what's the
kind of like a bit like Alien?
Right, okay.
Sort of thing. It's that type of thing.
And there's so how many films have there been? Is it 88? Is 88 this? How many movies have there been?
The 88 movies.
Oh, there's 88 films.
Oh no, sorry. The 88 films is the company.
Ah, right, okay, right.
Yeah.
I was going to say. Sorry. I was like that would take a.
Yeah, there's 88 sequels.
Right. I was like, there's no way I could do that. I couldn't watch like that. That'd be just like talk about
imagine
backlogs.
How much that cost.
Oh man, you'd have to take a mortgage out for that one.
You have to sell all your collection to get that title. Paul says, "Yeah, it's that house film, John. I am going in because I've got to watch top of the league team, unlike Premiership. Lol." So I wonder if I think he's going to watch the Newcastle match. So I haven't had any spoilers yet, by the way. I can't see any spoilers in here for yourself.
That's good.
I can't see. Good. I've got my phone down there, but I don't want to look at it because it'll buzz up when there's a goal. Because I've got my phone set to. It's never buzzed yet. I don't think. I'm not trying not to think about it. Because I'd be happy for a draw. Although that's all we seem to do these days. Draw.
It's I mean, it's especially you're in the relegation zone. You want to get them wins, don't you? No.
I mean, I do think we're going to get out of it. That's all I want. It's because if we go back now in the Championship, it's going to just be a long time. It's just time we don't need to spend there. It's put our plans back a bit because I didn't want to win the league next year, but at least I want to be competing. As it taking a huge step down to go that way, but I'm not, spit me dummy out, not supporting anything. I'll just be waited this long for it. It's just fall right at the final hurdle to get the impetus is lost.
I think they'll stay. I mean, they've got the players now. They brought some players in, haven't they? So
yeah, they're doing good business, and I think they've got a decent team. But we've got two low on the league to make any mistakes. And of course, when that pressure's put on you, then you start to lose everything, don't you?
Yeah, definitely.
Tony says, I had my DVDs floor to ceiling in the bedroom on one of the kids moved out. So now I have my own DVD room. Excellent. That's my son's 26 next month, and he shows no sign of moving out. So I'm a bit depressed about that. Not depressed about him going out, but depressed about the fact that his room is bigger than my room. Right. So that could be the DVD room.
Does he collect DVDs as well? Is he a DVD physical media fan?
Not really. He's just more into lifting weights. That's his thing. Yeah. But he likes his games. He's a big gamer, and he does watch movies. But he's got a bit of a collection on the wall. But he doesn't. I don't think he really gets into them because he's too busy pumping iron. Yeah. So DVD and Film Bloke says, my dream is to have a proper movie room since my bedroom is a box room, despite having less than 300 titles. I'm running out of space. Yeah, to be honest, I think that's when I don't know about yourself, but when you get, no matter where your space is, it's always nearly running out.
Yeah. I mean, I use I've got it behind me here, but I know some people who, if there's any people who are like massive physical media fans, they'd probably be really disappointed now. But I use one of these cases for storing movies in now because it got to a point where I had them in the wardrobe under the bed, and it was just got to the point where I couldn't even see what I had. And I think it was just, I need to find a solution. So now I have like a small cabinet where kind of say this is the movies that are the most meaningful to me, and then the rest of it goes in here now.
Yeah. I used to have one of them, and I used to keep a lot of these movies in there, but I took them out of there, and when I got some more shelf space in my spare room, but I had to take that down because when people were stopping, the shelves were above the head. Right. My wife thought they were going to fall. Well, everyone who slept there thought that these 7 shelves were going to fall on the faces. They probably would eventually. But this one here, these 2 shelves that the second shelves going up, they're going to kind of have to suffice me. I can't. My wife has said there's no way on earth that you're getting more shelves in this house. That's what she says. But,
what are you going to do long term though? Like, I mean, I think that's just like a genuine, like, I don't know if you watch the channel Serial at Midnight. Have you ever watched this channel?
Yeah.
He had a recent video as well, maybe a month or so ago, where he was saying collecting in general. He's got like probably a similar setup to yourself with like he's got the walls, similar shelving. But he said like at the end he's just got like stacks on the floor, and it's just like you having to get rid of. I think it's just a common thing. I do it, like I have a clear out every month or so, just looking at movies that I don't want anymore and take them to the charity shop and stuff. And it's like, do you reckon you'll get to that point where you'll get rid of any, John? Or?
It'll have to come to the cull eventually. I was just looking at the day actually, and I thought, right, I looked at the whole wall behind us. I've got all my Arrow stuff for my 88 films.
Yeah.
I look good. And I do go back to that section a lot. Then I've got my 4Ks, which I go and look at a lot. Then I've got the stuff underneath this, was like Eureka, BFI, and horror stuff. I look at that a lot. And then when you go like more like the third bit, you tend to get in the ones that I just don't really seem to. I wouldn't be bothered if they went, like the sort of more like kids movies, and there's like Disney sort of stuff, Pixar stuff. I do like, but I could lose them before I lose anything else. So I'm thinking if I was to have me dream 2 shelves fully stocked, it would probably end up being more exploitational movies than blockbusters. I think I'd rather get rid of a blockbuster than a really old grimy 70s film. For some reason, at this point, I seem to be more thinking that that's my thing.
Yeah, I know.
So eventually it will need, there'll be a video, God knows when. I'm hoping it's going to be a good 3 years away. Then when the culling starts.
It'll be the title, I've Got No More Room. And it's just a thumbnail where you're just like this.
This is it.
Is the channel over? Question mark.
You could put a really big one of them. What's it called when you say like a clickbait title on, couldn't you?
Yeah.
That would get you loads of views by saying this. I've got what I'm going to do now. Michelle's. I put it one saying Michelle's are full, but I knew I had a thing on this. But I could say I have to get rid of videos now. There's a one in, one out, and all that. But I do think that it's a thing of it comes to all eventually. It's one you should sort of learn that it's coming down the line. So when it happens, and it's just you'll never not have that happen. Really. Next movie says Young Ones is absolutely amazing. I do agree with that one. It's one of my favorite shows of all time. Good, just so funny with the characters and that. Movie Worm Jordan says, "Hey John, just popping in to say hello and congrats on the 2K, man." So yeah, thank you, Jordan. Jordan's got a great channel. One of the first ones that I actually kind of interacted with, if I'm honest, on here.
Right.
One of the first ones I interacted with, who interacted with me, and I thought at that time, wow, that's a channel.
Yeah.
Not just people on the comments, but an actual channel. That was one of the first ones that they gave me that feeling, and you think, wow, that's different. I wasn't expecting that.
It's exciting. It's exciting.
It is, isn't it? I don't know. Did you ever think when you got your first shout out when someone actually mentioned your name? What was the buzz like when that's happened? When someone online, maybe you've been watching Jordan for a couple of months, and then he mentioned. I remember actually I told him about this. He says, "I'd just like to give a shout out." I wasn't expecting anything because I didn't really know about shout outs at that time. Just giving a shout out to John from Mondo Chelloveck Movies, and I was like, he just. And I said to my wife, I says, "Come look at this." I said, "He's speaking about me." I remember I couldn't get to sleep that night thinking about it. It was mad.
Honestly, I've had the same feelings. I mean, one of the first ones with there's a channel called Create Sci-Fi, and there's a guy on it called Anthony Farrow, and he does like all prop builds for like he's like inspired by Star Wars, and he creates all these sci-fi props, and it's well worth checking out his channel. But he was doing a video once where because I was commenting regularly, and then he shouted me out and said like, "Oh, AP is like a regular viewer," and it was awesome to just like again, you're just like, wow, that's so cool, like. But yeah, that's. I remember there was one as well a couple of years back as well on the, I don't know if you've heard of it, the United Stand, and it's a Manchester United football fan channel with Mark Goldbridge. Yeah. And I went on it. It was like a live stream. He was doing like a live after-match stream, and you'd ring in on Skype, and then I was watching it, and it was like it must have been like slightly delayed, and I'd rung in, and I got answered, and I was like, "Oh, am I on the stream?" And he's like, "Yeah, you're live now," and I was like, just like mesmerized, and it was unreal. But I mean, when you give me shout outs as well, John, honestly, it's a buzz, mate. It's when you hear it, it's just you're just like, wow, that's ace. It's amazing.
Well, the same coming back from you when you were talking on your video, when you put that video out when we went on tour about movies, my favorite movie was favorite
best year in movies,
1975. Yeah, and then when you were coming up to me, you know, the next person coming on, I think, I wonder if that's me. And then I wasn't me. Then the next one, I thought, well, I was the last one. I thought it's got to be me now. So when it came on, I got that feeling. I'm going, oh, you know, you get excited, and then you might think. I think if people are watching it, they think if you're a channel at a certain level, you don't. That doesn't happen to you. Of course, it happens to you because it's. You just think they're speaking about me because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what your numbers are. You're still the same person in all of that process, which is. A shout out in it. I think it's a great. I know from receiving great shout outs that it's a great tool to have. As soon as you know somebody that you know, you want to spread the word to anybody to say check this channel out. I mean, it's. I think it's a great tool to have. It's one of the best tools you can have as a channel to give someone point someone in the direction of someone else's channel.
Like I said, two guys in the comments tonight alone. I mean, well, two or three. Like Pete, Playtendo guy. Like great channel, Andy and Sean, Media Collector Madness, and Nick as well. Like they all great. Sophie, you know, it's always good. It's good to, but like I said, it's a buzz, isn't it? When your name mentioned on someone's channel, it's just an exciting feeling, I think.
No, I'm all about that. It's a bit like I don't know. It's just a good feeling, isn't it? And it's one that you just like, wow, it's me. They're talking about me.
Yeah. I think it's good to acknowledge people as well. I think it's just I appreciate it, and I always like to do it to other people as well, to acknowledge people's like thoughts and if they've done something. Like I think it's really cool to do.
Yeah. No, and it's easy to do, isn't it? Just to mention, to say somebody, oh, blah blah, and then you know it's not hard, is it? Anything?
No, so, definitely not.
Yeah, and it's nice to think that somebody. I hope that I'm not doing it for that, but I'm hoping that if somebody hears their name again, that they get that feeling. Yeah, just I'm not doing it to say, oh, look at me, I've given you a shout out, so you're going to feel great. I just hope I hope that they feel great. I hope they get the buzz that I get, because I get it every shout out I get. I go, oh, that's me. It's just a great feeling.
I'm Mondo Chelloveck. Yes.
DVD and Film Bloke says, I did rewatch Meet the Feebles a few days ago, and while it falls flat when compared to Bad Taste and Brain Dead, it grew on me. Yeah, I would say yes to that. It is kind of like, it's nowhere in the same league as them two, but there is a certain thing about it. But then again, it was that long ago. I might say it now and think I think out of all the movies I'll say, Peter Jackson's, I think that will be the one that I will like the least.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Would you want to rewatch it? Like, yeah,
I think I will rewatch it. I don't know if I would want to get, if it was released on 4K. I don't think I'd be going there unless it was as cheap as in the box set.
Yeah,
I'm not too sure. Source says, love the young ones in Bottom. Yeah, they were absolutely brilliant.
Bottom's good.
Yeah, it's so Rick Mayall is one of the people that you think he'll never die. He's here forever, and then of course he goes and dies, and you think, what?
He died pretty young as well, weren't he? He was on, what was he?
He was in his 50s, yeah.
50s, yeah.
He was manic when you watched him on the live shows for Bottom. He was like all over the place, wasn't he? Sweating profusely and running up and down and acting like a maniac. It couldn't have been doing him any good. to be constantly like that, I think.
He was a talent, though, weren't he? He was
he's one of a kind.
Yeah, he's just certain actors like that, performers. He's just amazing.
When he came out, when we first saw him, I think was did you ever see a character he played called Kevin Turvey?
No.
Kevin Turvey Investigates. He was on this show, and he was just this bloke who used to investigate stuff. He had a Birmingham accent,
right?
And he used to do this thing where, I mean, it'd probably be not funny if I say it, but he used to say, I went, I heard a knock on the door, so I went to the door and opened it. Well, I didn't open it because obviously I didn't have the key, so I had to go and get the key. So when I went and got the key was upstairs. So I had to walk up. Well, obviously I had to walk up the stairs to get the key. So when I got the key, I come back down the key, and then I opened it. There was no one there, and you think it just sounds daft, but his whole thing was just him just babbling on about nothing for 5 minutes, and he was investigating certain things, and it was just mainly about like the trivia of him just going and doing something. I looked out the window and all that, but I didn't look out the window because I hadn't opened the curtains yet. I'd opened the curtains first, and I opened the curtains. I looked out the window and stuff, but I thought he was excellent. But it was on that, and I thought, and then he came on the young ones, and I thought, oh, this is he's someone to watch. I would watch him on anything back in the day, like.
I think it's just like his energy and his like mannerisms and stuff. I always get that with like Ricky Gervais. I don't know if you're a fan of Ricky Gervais and stuff like The Office. Yeah, I think he's just like if you put on paper the stuff he was saying in The Office, it probably doesn't sound that funny. But when you're watching The Office, I mean, I love The Office, and it's just like the way he says the lines and just like the awkward looks of him, like on people. That's what gets me, David Brent, every time. It's just like the awkwardness of his character and the way he delivers the lines. It cracks me up every time. And he's just certain special actors, he's just like you don't get many like that there where they're just like, I think Rik Mayall was very like that, where he was just you can't really have another Rik Mayall, really.
No, that's it. There's no one going to ever be him. He was definitely a one-off. And it's just a shame that he couldn't have done a bit more, because everything he did I enjoyed. So Bumpers Movie says definitely Brain Dead in 4K. I agree with that one, because that's. Have you seen that one at all? Brain Dead.
No, I've not seen that one. No.
Oh, that is it's comedy. It's got a comedy aspect to it, but you will not see as much blood in a movie as you're going to see in Brain Dead.
Oh, I couldn't watch that.
It's just utter carnage, like zombies and stuff like that. People who are like kind of they've got bitten by a rabid monkey, I think. And this gets passed around, and they just turn into these like lunatics, and this people are trying to get. But the way that they kill people in here is just, they've got some amazing special effects, and I'm sure there's one where I may be thinking the wrong film, but I think somebody gets the head chopped off, but so the head's off there, and it's just on the floor, and this top of the head keeps getting kicked around all through the film. People walking through and hoofing it. And it's still alive, and just the eyes are looking at people, and it keeps getting booted. But it's brilliant.
Is it an 80s one? Is it or?
It's I think it's 92.
90s. Oh, right, okay.
I think it's 92. So
I don't mind zombie movies. Some of them are like like the classic like Dawn of the Dead and stuff like that. I don't mind, and like the 28 Weeks Later and stuff like that. I like the remake, the Zack Snyder's Dawn of the Dead. I thought that was a really good film. It's one of my favorite films, that one. But
I like all my stuff. That you would like that movie, but it's been one of them movies that's come out and it's just kind of it's just not done anything. It's like for being reissued and put in a Blu-ray, it should be on a Blu-ray for years. Hasn't been ever in a Blu-ray in the UK.
Yeah,
just on DVD. Right. So you can get it cheap on DVD. It's one I would look out for, actually, if you're ever in CEX or something like that. Do you ever go to a CEX around your area?
Yeah, we have one locally. It's one place I like to visit just for the DVDs, and I mean for video games as well. You can always, I think it's fairly pricey. I think you can get some decent bargains sometimes in that place.
Yeah, they're not bad. If you can get the stickers off.
Right. Is that a common problem?
Oh, I think they've done some of the stickers, the ones that you put on to say, like, this is you can come back and take this back. Yeah. Do you know you can swap this thing? You just can't get that sticker off now.
Ah, right, okay.
The things you're getting. So if you get like a really good special edition, it's ruined. So that's great. So Movie Worm says, Are you going to see the Batman? Yes, we definitely are.
Definitely, yeah.
And I know that Jordan will, because Jordan's a big fan of Batman.
Oh, is he like Batman?
Yeah,
Looks spectacular.
Big fan. And he's just got a young son. So I'd imagine, even though he's very small, I think he's only a couple of months old, Roman, he will definitely be introduced to Batman ASAP. I know what it's like when you're a father with a kid. You can't wait for them to get to a certain age when you try them out with stuff. You're watching Batman at night and that type of thing. So it's great.
I think most kids will like that, won't they? I don't have kids myself. I've got nieces and nephews though, and I think it's cool once you get them into watching the movies you enjoy as well. I think it's just nice having that moment, brilliant. Isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And seeing their reaction to a certain movie that you love, and hopefully you can see it in their eyes that they're getting that buzz from it. You know, so when you put "I Spit in Your Grave" on for your son, what do you think of that, Matthew?
Yeah.
Nick says at my school, our RE teacher used to let us watch Bottom instead of teaching us. I know, imagine that. I mean, we used to watch the most ridiculous things at school. Did you ever get to watch stuff at school which you thought I shouldn't be watching here?
I mean, not in our school, definitely not. I mean, we couldn't watch in RE, nothing like that. I mean, in school in general, I think there was one film we watched in school for English. It was The Ring. It was the it come out, was it the early 2000s, something like that. I remember watching that because we were doing like some sort of essay on it, and we watched it. Like we had to like rewatch it like 10 times over this movie, The Ring. But I think that was the only like notable movie we got to watch in school. What about you?
The teacher used to, on a Friday, the chemistry teacher, Mr. Flynn, used to send us to video shop and let us get anything out we want. We used to get Evil Dead out. The Burning, that was a favourite of ours.
Yeah.
And we just used to put it on. He used to stand there, he used to have like a folder, and anything that come on that was a little bit risque, used to hold the folder up. And we'd be shouting, "Hey man, get that away from the screen." But it was really, really weird because we must have been about 15, 16.
Yeah.
There were tons of swearing, and never used to say anything about the swearing. It was always just the nudity that used to sort of obscure when he'd be bothered. So it was nuts. It was nuts. I mean, you probably would have been struck off now if that happened.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine. I mean, like, school's far behind me now, but even when I was at school, I don't think we'd have like stuff like that playing, even Bottom. I think they super strict like with stuff like that nowadays, isn't it? In schools.
It would be a job, wouldn't it, if you did this? Go to the video shop and get anything you want.
Imagine that. That is crazy.
Evil Dead, though, like, we got Evil Dead, and the teacher was like, he never says, "Oh, you're joking." He just says, "I chuck it on." So, wow.
I mean, that sounds awesome. That sounds awesome.
It was great at the time. Looking back on it, I keep thinking that I would love to get somebody on my channel. I have got a school friend who actually is the bloke who sings on all that on the Mondo Chelloveck stuff. Every bit of vocals is his stuff.
Right.
And I'm in a band with him as well. Don't know whatever do much, but I'd love to get him on a live stream. And then we could obviously you could corroborate these stories that I'm telling about this madness that went on at school. That today you think I was lying because it just sounds, no, you didn't do that. But that and probably 10 times more,
you know what you should do? Try and get the teacher who you had. Get him on the live stream. Yeah.
Wait, Mr. Flynn is still knocking about. He was still alive. He was young at the time. So I think he's obviously, he must be in his 70s, but he always didn't look it.
Right.
So Mr. Flynn, get him on it. That'd be good. Mickey Flynn, he was called. We used to call him Mickey as well, the teacher.
Really,
Mickey, come on, in the video shop. Yes, go on.
That's cool.
So David Dean Film Bloke says, Peter Jackson's films Bad Taste, 1987, Meet the Feebles, 1989. Oh, Brain Dead, 1992, Heavenly Creatures, 1984, The Frighteners, brilliant film that, 1996, and then Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Rings, 2001. So have you seen The Frighteners at all?
No, I've heard of that one though. It rings a bell.
That's a great film.
It rings a bell, that one. Yeah. It seems like a big jump though, like with like these to go into like, I mean, doing Lord of the Rings in 2001, was that like a risk for them, like picking a guy who's kind of like where was he at that point? Do you reckon he was like a popular guy in films?
I think if you look at those movies, honestly, the first 3 ones were very underground. Heavenly Creatures might have been a half a hit. The Frighteners was a good film, but I think it missed being a hit. It should have been a bigger hit than it was. And then I remember my friend John Hall said to us, he says, "Oh, Peter Jackson is going to make Lord of the Rings." And I says, "Well, what on earth is he going to do?" I didn't even know what Lord of the Rings was, really. In essence, I had read the book later on. So I said, what's that going to bring to it? He says, "Oh, apparently he's going to make it like really violent, like Bad Taste." I went, "Oh, that sounds brilliant, that." But I think maybe if you wanted to do that, you had to rein that in a touch for the Lord of the Rings, because apparently the books are meant to be quite violent in a way, but he pulled it off. I'm not going to say that he did an amazing job on that, probably better than most people could have done. But I don't. It's still a weird one to pick to get him into that. I mean, it made him as a director, but he's obviously got a lot of skills, because even Bad Taste, even though it's low budget, is quite well made. But it's quite inventive. So, what do you think of Lord of the Rings?
I like the movies. I think they're like superb films. I mean, coming from a guy who likes the Star Wars, it's just like this big franchise. I think at the time, like similar to yourself, it come out at the time I'd never heard of the books or anything like that, so it was just a completely new property to me. So I didn't know anything, and obviously, like years since, I've looked into it more and like enjoyed learning more about it and stuff. But I thought them first 3 films are just like the sets of it, everything, the storytelling was just incredible. It was just a masterpiece of cinema for me, especially when you compare it to the Hobbit movies, because I felt like the Hobbit movies were, I think he was thrown in because it was meant to have, was it Benicio del Toro he was meant to do?
Yeah.
I think he was meant to direct the Hobbit ones, and he jumped out last minute, and then Peter Jackson jumped in. But they were like, there was too much CGI in them ones, whereas the Lord of the Rings, everything was just like makeup, the costumes, it was all realistic, and I think they're great adventure movies. Just like the stories, this adventure, grand adventure, large scale. And compared to, have you seen the original, the animated ones?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
What are your thoughts on them?
I thought they were great to look at.
Right.
I thought they were a little bit strange with the. I didn't understand them that much. I think when I saw them, I wasn't into that like world.
Right. Okay.
What's all this about? Goblins, all this type of thing. I thought it didn't really connect with us, but I used to think it looked spectacular because of the way they sort of shot with that rotoscope thing that they did. I thought it looked amazing visually, but I didn't really think it was like my type of genre. But I really got into the Lord of the Rings, the live action trilogy.
Because I felt different when you were saying about the rotoscope, and them bits in them movies, I was just like, oh, this is awful. Really? I couldn't get into them bits.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I remember watching it recently. I was doing a little podcast on it and just comparing the versions of the Lord of the Rings, and I think there was some bits in it, the animation I really enjoyed, but when it got to them bits where it was like the battle scenes with all it added like the live action actors in, didn't it, and stuff in the background.
That's a bit odd.
Yeah, I didn't like them. Right. They were bits I just didn't get into, but I think the Peter Jackson ones are the best. I mean, they're doing the new TV show now, aren't they? Is it Rings of Power that's coming on Amazon this year?
Yeah. So when's that set in? Is it set before the Lord of the Rings?
I think it's like, by the sound, I think it's like set before them movies. So I don't know whether it's going to tell stories from like The Hobbit, or it's going to be interesting to see. I think they're bound to step upon the line of Lord of the Rings stories, though, at some point, aren't they? If they're telling this story of Lord of the Rings, it's a Lord of the Rings show.
Really, haven't they?
Yeah.
I know there's a book called The Silmarillion, but I never read it. But I'm sure that was set before all this. But I don't know if he finished it actually, and it got finished for him or something. I don't really know what all that's about. But
I think it's like, is it short stories, is it, John? In that, is it like meant? I don't know exactly myself, but
I'm not genned up on that one at all. I'm not really genned up on the Lord of the Rings in general, but I do know that I've read the Hobbit book, which I thought was amazing.
Yeah,
much better than the film. And I've read the Fellowship of the Ring, which I thought was brilliant. But it was the big read, so I didn't get the other two books. I think I read them before the films came out, and I thought, right, I'll just watch the films. Much easier. Lazy, you know, as you get.
I've done. I don't like read, but I do the Audible books, and I read The Fellowship of the Ring. And like you said, it's like it must be like a 20-30 hour read. That one. It's a big book, but the stories is great, and just like the amount of detail they didn't put in the movies is incredible. I suppose they have to slim it down to a certain amount, and they couldn't. It's like the Harry Potter's the same, isn't it? They can only put so much in the.
That's true. I think that's the writer, the J.R.R. Tolkien.
Yeah,
I think he was really good at writing a book. His descriptions of stuff, you actually felt that you were in the place when they were saying, "Oh, this is an area. It's got this to the left, that's to the right. It's got this cave, it's got that."
Yeah,
and I think he nailed that, because you could imagine where you were in this like scenario. Your larynx is going here.
Oh, get some water. Feel better.
So it's got to get some kind of medicine. You just chuck it down, don't you?
That's it. It's a type of year, isn't it? There's flus going around, the bugs going around. Everyone's got dry throats, coughing. Just the time of year.
Actually, because it's one of them ones with it's a funny time of year, isn't it? Because you kind of get warm. When you go out, it's freezing. You come back and you're trying to put the heating on, so your body temperature's up and down. So you're inevitably going to get a cold, aren't you?
Yeah.
The source says, is there a Matthew Lillard film called SLC Punk for a seal? Oh, there is a Matthew Lillard film called SLC Punk. Now that's WWE, isn't it? Or am I just imagining?
Oh, no. So, so it's CM Punk is.
Oh, that's right, okay.
Yeah, CM Punk, yeah.
For a sealed copy, and they want £149 crazy. Well, that must be CEX, actually.
Wow.
Yeah, can you imagine it? Imagine somebody actually going and buying that. I bet it'd be in the shop forever.
Yeah, it's unreal. Someone's going to pay it. I mean, it's like you get it with these, like in comic books, don't you? And these the what they call the baseball cards, the collectible cards and stuff now, where they're getting all these, putting the sealed things, and they're getting them certificated, and then they're selling, like, I think it was like a video game, that Mario game last year went for like £1 million or something. It's like someone's going to pay it, aren't they? But I mean,
I know.
It takes away from. So I mean, I'm not the sort of person who's going to spend like £200-300 on one film. Definitely not.
No. I try to think that the most I paid on. Well, I paid £130, I think it was, for the Godzilla box set, the Criterion box set, the big huge.
I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen it.
Amazing that. It's amazing that. I think it was actually money well spent in a way. I had so much fun with it. I mean, there's 15 movies in it. It's really very well packaged, and so for me, I don't really want to spend that much on movies that you can't put on your shelf.
Yeah.
But it was a one-off. I did appreciate it. Like, so DVD and Film Bloke says he also did a TV movie called Forgotten Silver in 1995. Never would have known that one. Of course, he's done the Beatles documentary recently, which took him years to do. What's your thoughts on the Beatles?
You know what? I've seen. Do you mean the music, John?
Is it Let It? No, it's Let It Be. No,
it's the. Back. Yeah, I've not seen. I've seen the trailers. It looks incredible.
I've watched it.
Is it good?
I watched it all. Wow, it's long.
What is it? Is it episodes? Is it a series? Oh.
It's 3 episodes, and I think what it says is, I didn't even know this. I was so amazed to find this out. Right. That the Beatles went in to record. I think Ringo was going to be in a film, and the director of this film says, "Oh, we've got this sound stage. We're not going to do anything for a week. So why don't you get your mates in, the Beatles, and why don't you just have a bit mooch around on this in this sound stage?" So they got some equipment, and they started writing an album, which turned out to be Let It Be.
Right.
And to be honest, when they were doing it, it seemed like they had no sort of oomph. They didn't really want to be there, and they weren't falling out. They were bickering a little bit, or they weren't producing. They weren't very producing anything. They were a bit stagnant, which you thought, what, the Beatles? But And then they got this piano player in who sort of revitalized the group. This this fella, I can't remember his name. So they started to write more music, and they ended up playing the gig on the top of the roof.
The Apple.
Yeah. So it was a good show. There was a lot of times when nothing was happening, literally nothing was happening. But you saw a bit where every song's got to come from somewhere, as you know. Paul McCartney's sitting, he's going dun 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 up with the bass, then he starts playing Get Back.
Yeah, I've seen that bit. I've seen them clips.
That is Get Back, coming from nowhere, as songs do. But so there's a few wow moments like that.
Do you reckon you have to be a big Beatles? Do you have to be a Beatles fan, Joe?
What's that? Sorry.
Do you have to be a Beatles fan to enjoy it? Would you say, or is it for everyone?
I think for the length of it, I think you've got to be a little bit more than just inquisitive of it. You've got to be wanting to go through it. It's quite a long watch, and it can get on your nerves at times when you think, I can't see much more of them doing nothing.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you do in a recording studio. You can sit around, but they could just sit down forever. But the weird thing I found out about it was that they went and done this group of songs, which to me sounded as if it was like a group that run out of all of ideas. The songs were okay, but they were never like classic Beatles songs.
Yeah.
But what they did was, when they did that, they left there, and then they wrote and recorded Abbey Road afterwards.
Right, okay.
Now Abbey Road's a great album, much better than Let It Be. And then they put Let It Be out afterwards, after they split up. So I didn't know that. I thought that this was their last hurrah. But really, they recorded some of the best songs after this, going through this kind of rut. It's a bit odd that happened.
I'll have to check it out. It looks, I mean, the trailers of it looks it's just unreal when you're seeing like the behind the scenes stuff of such a successful band, and just like you said, seeing the moments like that where he's just jamming out and he's just like playing a riff on the guitar, and he's just like he's playing a popular song that everyone knows, and he's just playing it for the first time. It's incredible to watching it. So I'm definitely. I'm not a big Beatles fan. Not the biggest Beatles fan. I do like some of their albums. Like White Album's a good one.
Yeah, White Album. Yeah, I appreciate them, but they're not me. They're not where what I would consider me go-to band. But I can really appreciate what they did.
Yeah, I feel the same. I feel the same. I think you can just, as a fan of music, you just appreciate what they've done for music in general, don't you?
They've done a lot, haven't they? They've really done a lot.
Yeah. That must have been quite a task though for Peter Jackson. You know, like going through all that material and just digging out and making a like. Is there a story to it? Is there
well, I think the story is the fact that they get this space, but it doesn't work for them. They're not really getting on. They get this keyboard player, which revitalizes the group. They go into Abbey Road Studios. They sort of get more focused on what they're going to do, and then they were all talking about they were going to do a TV show. It's never happened, and then they were going to do some gig. And they were talking about where we're going to do this gig, because they didn't want to do a gig, but they were going to do something in a really stupid place, or they were talking about all these mad places to do gigs, and they ended up saying, "Oh, why don't you just go on the roof and do it there?" So that's kind of like the story about it, but it's great. It's fascinating one way. It's a little bit too long. They could have cut a good. I mean, it's about 9 hours long. They could have cut it in half, and it would have been as good, you know, but a bit better actually. But yeah, I'm glad I watched it actually.
I think it's interesting they're getting content like that going to Disney Plus. I mean, it's shown over like the past year or two, like the amount of like different. I know they got one now, that Pam and Tommy one, the Pamela Anderson story, and like it's like something you would never attach to Disney Plus. And I think the Beatles as well. You wouldn't thought like when they started Disney Plus they would have had shows and stuff like this on there, but I think they're making really good content.
I think they've got a good. I watch that more than I watch Sky Movies, for instance. I think Sky Movies is awful. It's like just the worst dross they can put on anything, actually.
Yeah, I agree.
But James says, "What's your favorite decade of movies?"
What about you?
Well, I'm going to guess for you, and then you can guess for me. So what would you guess for me?
I mean, just going by. So knowing your favorite year of movies, it's got to be the 70s.
It's I would have to say yes, the 70s, but the 80s is just a fraction behind it. But the 70s just pips it for me.
Right.
And I would say for you, I would say it is the 90s.
No, I mean, for me, the 80s it would be.
Right.
I think there's definitely a lot, like similar to yourself. There's a lot of movies in the 90s I enjoy, but it's the 80s for me, definitely. I think I'm a big fan of like sci-fi and just and action movies in general. And I think just like the quality of action movies, like Lethal Weapon, one of my favorite series of all time, like movies like Predator and stuff like that. They were just all films I really enjoy, and like the 80s is, I think it's just the best decade of movies. Just so experimental and just give us tons of like variation and some really like fantastic films, especially like sci-fi genres and stuff like that. I mean, look at like Star Wars and stuff. And
I think the 70s was a good sort of like starter for a lot of these things like sci-fi and like these modern type. But the 80s was when it came into its own. And I think if you're looking for action movies of a certain ilk, the 80s ticks all the boxes for the right down the line. And so, but 70, I think the more movies I've watched, mainly because I would maybe if I was growing up in up in the 80s, probably would have been the 80s, but it was I'd cut my teeth in the 70s, if I'm honest, I think. And I used to see them all. The cinema used to show the pictures of the posters used to be much more interesting than modern day posters. They were all over the place. We were walking past all these places in Newcastle or Whitley Bay. Even when you weren't going to see the film, you would look and see these films maybe a bit too like old for you. They might have been X's as they were back in the day. And you'd go, oh, I'd love to see that. So you were surrounded by, in the 70s, I seem to be surrounded by all these great images of like these movies, and you just thought, what on earth can this movie be? I think that's what I was saying on my video, and I picked Rollerball, and I'd said that it was the poster that got us. I saw the poster, and
what are you saying?
I was really obsessed about this poster, and it wasn't until years later that I actually saw the film. And it was purely from this movie. I just used to think to myself, what on earth is that film got in it?
Yeah, you got like the plate spinning. I mean, you're just like
they've got this thing up with a fistful of spikes on it.
Yeah, I'm saying
someone. I'm just thinking that's so good. Of course, when you're a kid, you see things like that, and you just think, this is up my alley. Not even knowing what it was.
I think you look at movie posters now, though, like it's just like they're very, very samey, very generic. A lot of films now, they look. I mean, look some of the DVDs I've got down there, and you look at the covers, and a lot of them they look like they're exact same movie. For some of them, it looks.
Yeah, they'll have just the three people who are in that movie, their faces looking away, or one of them holding a gun.
Yeah,
and then effectively you've got like a sort of an outline and just say, right, stick their faces in there, and then just put that out. And the movie titles as well are so generic. I mean, that's if you can think of ones like Jaws, Rollerball, Clockwork Orange. They're so wow. You hear the title and you think, I've got to see. I don't know what it is, but I've got to see that movie, because anything that can be called that has got to be good.
Mad Max, just like you hear that title, you're just like, whoa, what's that? I want to see it.
Yeah, they don't seem to have that anymore. That they have these titles that you just think, I've got to see that movie, because they must have, I don't know if they've done them to death and they haven't got this, or they haven't got the same sort of thought process that they used to think, I'll just slap a title on it, doesn't matter.
Yeah. I think
Tony says Jane Austen's Mafia is a great spoof movie. I never heard of that.
All right. I've not heard of that one, no. Was that a direct-to-TV movie, was it? Or interesting to know.
I don't know. I like the title, actually. Speaking of titles, that sounds all right.
Jane Austen's Mafia. I've never also write that one there. I don't remember that
one. James says, have you seen Belfast? I haven't, but I've heard good things about it.
Yeah, I've seen the trailers for that. That's got the guy. There's a new TV show out at the moment called The Tourist. It's about like this guy, he goes to Australia, this Irish guy, and it's is it Jamie Dorman or he's the guy in this Belfast? Yeah, no, it's a good show. Right. That well worth checking out. But Belfast looks interesting. It looks like I think is it in black and white? Is it, John? That one. It looks like it's shot in black and white. It's like the aspect ratio looks like that very squared.
Because I think the thing it's talking about, that thing that happened in Belfast,
Yeah.
I'm sure that was it might be in the late 60s, early 70s that happened. Yeah, it might be a little bit later than that. I'm saying I can remember it happening. I think I can, if it's the one I'm thinking of. I knew there's a lot of bombs let off in the 70s in Ireland, and you always seem to see it on the news. And if it's the one I'm thinking of, I remember seeing it on the news, but that was in colour. I don't know. It doesn't strike me as something in my eyes that could be. There's only one way to find out. I'll have to ask Internet Movie Database what colour it's in.
Yeah, it looks, or maybe it's just like I'm sure it was in black and white in the trailers. It
could have been. I've never actually seen any footage from that movie, if I'm honest.
Have you not? No.
I've just seen the actual. But it's funny because the people I've seen it haven't really mentioned it was in black and white.
Right.
That's
maybe I've.
Right. Let's see. Let's put this one. We should ask someone in the comments.
Yeah, that's. I've not really delved too much into the comments. I'm trying to avoid any scores.
It's well, actually, there's a no. Well, I think the trailer looks like it's in. It might be in color.
Right. Okay. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of something.
Well, actually, no. It's coming to black and white as well.
Yeah, it looks.
It doesn't say black and white.
I don't know.
We'll have to ask someone in the comments. Can anyone tell us if it's in black and white or color?
Well, there's that new Macbeth movie, isn't it, with Denzel Washington as well? And that's similar. They've done that in black and white, and they've done it in the square aspect ratio as well for that one. That looks really good. I don't know why. I think that's coming out this year at some point.
To me, I haven't got a problem with black and white movies or the sort of square, the square thing. I think it's all right.
As long as it's a decent movie, does what I'm saying here? Yeah. Same here. Yeah.
Right. Sinjin says, I love the outtakes in the Cannonball Run. Yeah. So funny, aren't they?
Yeah, it's just it's a cracking movie, cracking cast as well.
Yeah. And every time he gets a thing wrong, he just goes, slaps him across the face, doesn't he? Pete says, what are some of your favourite current actors and actresses?
What about you, John? Have you got actors first off? Actors, male actors.
Current actors, I would say, I like Ryan Gosling, actually. I think he's all right. I think he's I like checking his stuff out. I like Ryan Reynolds as well. I think he's funny. Most movies I see him in, I think he's very entertaining, very watchable.
Yeah, I think agree with
Stephen Graham, the actor from
he's good, yeah.
From the UK, is probably one of the greatest actors
superb
today. He's just his stuff. He's so good. Basically, his stuff and he's everything you see him in, he just nails it completely. So
yeah,
I'm going to say, to be honest, Stephen Graham's probably the best actor I think is at the minute.
Yeah, I think he's just like, you look at him as an actor, he can do the drama roles. He's got it. You wouldn't put him in an action movie, would you? But he's just like, when you look at them drama roles where he gets deep into an acting performance, he's a guy you'd hire. I mean, he's superb. I mean, there was one. What's the one I watched recently? I remember seeing bits of it, but I think it was during the pandemic, and they had one with is it Jodie Comer? She's like a Liverpool actress as well, and it was where it was like set during the pandemic and his performance and that. And there was another one with Sean Bean recently as well, where he's in the prison with Sean Bean and he plays like a prison guard. That was good.
I didn't see that. I wanted to see that one, but I didn't see it.
Well, worth checking out.
The one with Jodie Comer with the pandemic, it just looked a little bit too emotional for me. A little bit too wow, don't think I could have got through it.
I skipped around. I'll be honest, I'm saying, but I skipped around when I watched bits of it. But what I've seen of it, I enjoy the performance. But I know what you mean. Like around this point of the time, it was a bit like too fresh, wasn't it, for some of them? But
it's a bit too raw, and I think you would have done it so well, it would have been so believable that you would have been too involved with it, and that sounds a bit bad when that's what they're trying to do with you. But I think I would have felt a little bit too like you were just, like. It'd be too close to reality.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. I know what you mean. But excellent choice. He's a phenomenal actor.
So who would you say for an actor?
I mean, it depends what the genre is. I mean, if we're talking action movies, I'd say at the moment now, I'd say John Cena, the wrestler. I think he's had that new show, The Peacemaker, and he was in the Suicide Squad, and I think he looks like he's made for action movies, and he's made for that certain genre, and I think it's just you see with a lot like The Rock, he's got the natural charisma to do them performances, and I don't know if you've seen that show, The Peacemaker or The Suicide Squad, John.
I haven't, no, but I like John Cena.
Yeah, he's great. I think he's growing into his own, very very different to Stephen Graham, very like totally different audiences and different films, but but I think he's great. I think he's a good performer. I mean, Emily Blunt, we were talking about Mary Poppins before. I think she's great. I think she's done some really good movies. I mean, one memorable movie for me, like over the past couple of years, is the one she did with Tom Cruise, and it was the time loop movie. Have you ever seen that one, John? It was Edge of Tomorrow. It's called Live, Die, Repeat. It was called.
I haven't, but I want to see that one.
That's a fantastic film. I think any sci-fi fans out there, check it out. It's kind of like it's like a sci-fi version of Groundhog Day, really, and it's just like they go in through this loop, and he's got to get further in the loop to save the world. Tom Cruise and Emily Blunt, and it's just I love them time loop stories. But I think she's a fantastic actor. I think she's really good.
I do not. I think it's I like Amy Adams at the minute. I think I quite like her stuff.
Yeah, she's really good.
Emily Blunt. I like her in Quiet Place. Have you seen that?
I've seen bits of it. Yeah, I've not seen it all through. That's one word, because there's two out, isn't there? Two parts out so far. I've skipped through the first. I've seen bits of the first one. It looks like it's something I could handle. It's not. It doesn't seem too.
Well, my wife watched it, and she's terrible for jumps and stuff, but she got through it. So but we've got Quiet Place 2 to watch actually, but I haven't watched that one yet. But I recommend it. It's quite short as well, which is not too bad. Sometimes you get these films that are like far too long for their own good. You know, I don't mind a long film, but some films you just think you could have cut half an hour of that.
Yeah,
it made it more enjoyable because you're not kind of checking your watch or anything.
Yeah, I agree.
So Bumps Movie says, "Remember the Titans is my favorite American football movie. Great film. I don't think I've heard of that one. Have you heard that one?"
So this is where I was like looking on lists today for American football movies for Saturday's like Super Bowl themed show, and that was one that came. I think it's Denzel Washington in that one, if I'm right, and I think it's where he's going into, he's like the coach, and I think he's like coaching a team. I don't know any more about it, but everyone says it's a really, really good film, that one. So thank you very much for the recommendation. I'll have to check that one out.
Yeah. Hey, see.
Yeah, definitely.
Think about this. There's a lot of times when you come on here and you think, I don't know anything about that, and you sort of make a mental note of it, and you think, sometimes you check the film and you think, this is just unreal, like really good.
Yeah.
And especially some deep cuts that people can bring out, and you think, well, you would have never known about that if you hadn't been doing something like this.
I mean, I'm going to go through this show again and just honestly like write it down. So I've got a few of them in my head now, but some of them, like you said, there's tons of movies there. Recommendations were I probably I'd never heard them before, and it's good to just like deep dive into them now. It'll be
it exciting. Is, and I like good recommendations, and usually I kind of trust everyone's opinions on here. Actually, when you get somebody saying this is an amazing movie, you will love it. I do know 100%. I probably will. It's not as if I think that's got nothing to do with me, because I think that people get to know how you think about movies. Like you tell them what you kind of like and you don't like, and they'll say, well, if you like that one, you're going to love this movie. So you go to it and you think, how come I even missed that film, that I didn't even know that was a film?
Yeah.
So it's good on every level. So James says, do you prefer to own director cuts of films?
For me, it depends. I suppose if it's a notable movie where the director's cut is known to be like a lot better, I probably would want to watch the director's cut. I think it just depends on the movie, really. Like you get I suppose more recent ones is the Zack Snyder ones of the what was it, the Superman versus Batman, and the director's cut of that was much better. I thought it improved the movie. That the cut of that one. If it was talking about that one, I'd say, I want to get the director's cut. But I think it's a preference to I think if you enjoy a particular director, you want to get the. I mean, is there a particular director you'd say I've got to have the director's cut for?
Well, obviously, my favorite director is Stanley Kubrick, and I know whatever he's put out is his director's cut. There's never going to be anything else added to it or taken away from it or whatever. What I did is set in stone for him. So I know that that's a good. You'll never get a director's cut of that, or a lost footage one. But director's cuts, I think that's what I prefer. Is, say, like, if I know a movie is like released and it's like not a very good version of that movie, or it could have been much better. Say, for instance, I'll tell you a really interesting one is Superman 2.
Right.
Have you seen the director's cut of Superman 2?
I tell you what, I wouldn't even know which cut I've seen. I know because wasn't there a big palaver with Superman 2 because he had the original director, didn't he walk out or something, or there was some palaver. I remember reading about that.
Well, are you familiar with Superman 2?
Yeah, I've seen them all. Yeah.
So Superman 2 is obviously the go-to and the fight, the three of them, and it's that's the whole story of that. You know, Superman 2 is going to be battling them from the first film.
Yeah.
And but that's the movie. But the Donner cut, the Richard Donner cut, come out, and it's his version of that film. I tell you what, it's like a complete different film. It's amazing how different that is.
Right.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not
talking.
Is
it much better? Like,
yes, but it's got a different tone to it. It's more darker.
Yeah,
it's got a different feel to it. It's more like you're literally watching. You're thinking, hang on, I would love someone to put. Say if I says, oh, somebody was kind of half familiar with Superman 2, and I says, oh, just let's watch Superman 2, and not tell them they're watching the Donner cut. They'd be going, hang on a minute, this isn't Superman 2, but it is Superman 2. So I urge you, if you can, get the Donner cut to check out.
I'll have to check out the collection I've got downstairs.
Yeah, for me, the director's cut of that is one of the ones where you think you've heard about it now. I don't think Superman 2 for me needed fixing because I do like Superman 2.
Yeah.
But if you get ones that there's been a bit of a mess made of it, and the director comes and says, a bit like Zack Snyder, just saying, right, I'm going to put this right. And he did. I wouldn't have touched the other one on the barge pole. As soon as I see Superman's tash, I said, I'm not having this. I turned it off immediately. But then when they had out this new version, it was a great film. So they do work. They do work. It's got to be in the right scenario. Some directors' cuts, you think, well, they might only have an extra minute and you think, what's the point?
So with the I mean, you're on about the Superman 2 one. In general, in box sets, what are they putting in there? Are they putting in the director's cut, or is it the theatrical cut? Are they putting it, or is it?
They're putting both.
Are they putting both in now? Yeah. Right.
I think the box set, the recent box set, they're like the thicker one, the blue one.
Yeah.
The Superman sign on the thing that I've got upstairs. That's got both cuts in it.
Yeah. It throws me certain. I mean, there's, for instance, like the Blade Runner movie. I know it's had like tons of different cuts and like director's cuts, theatrical cuts, and I'll be able to tell you the truth, I wouldn't even know which one I've watched. And if you show me an alternative one, I like that movie, but I don't know whether I could tell the difference. And maybe some super fans out there could, let if they've seen it that many times, but. That's a movie where people say the different cuts. There's a certain cut that's better than the other, and I'd be like, I couldn't tell you which one's which.
They're very close. I think the main one that you can tell is different. The fact is when it's got Harrison Ford's narration over the top of it.
Right.
That's the one I grew up on, and everyone said that's the worst one. But the one that I watched on the 4K, I think it's meant to be the final cut or whatever it's called. That's pretty decent. I tend to leave it. I tend to just go for that one and just say, well, that's what it is. I wouldn't go and say, I don't want these people to say, right, it hasn't got this version or that version on, because there's about 5 different cuts. But I think they're quite similar. Even they might just change a small part of the ending. You might take a little thing out of it so it makes the ending a bit more ambiguous than it was previously, or they might put one a bit more in and explain a bit more, or stick an ending on which shouldn't be on. You know, I think it got a bit stupid with Blade Runner. It just got mental. Because I think nobody got it when it first came out, so I think they tried to put it right about 5 times, and they just the director just says, yeah, I'm putting this out, and that's the end of it. So that's one I'll go for.
It's a good film. Good film.
It's a funny sort of whole thing about director's cuts. being great or not so great.
It's in like popular, like I mean, it's a popular topic now, isn't it? Like you said, with like Zack Snyder and stuff like that, where a lot of fans wanting a director's cut of popular movies because they think it's going to be significantly better than what was put out originally. But I don't know. Maybe it works sometimes, but I think sometimes it's just like there's tons of more material where it just probably didn't make sense in a story. I think it just depends on the cut, doesn't it? It's look at a draw.
Totally true. I mean, if you look at Superman 2, if you put the two cuts together, like you say, they're completely different.
Yeah.
It's amazing. And the same as Zack Snyder's thing as well. That's completely different.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that one. Yeah.
So it's amazing how you can do that with just a bit of footage. Well, there's a lot of footage in the Zack Snyder one, like.
Yeah.
And he says, "What's your favorite Danny DeVito movie or movies as an actor and a director?"
Oh, I gotta say, probably Batman. As an actor, I would say Batman Returns. Definitely. Yeah, definitely. That's a superb film. I love, even though they're a bit cheesy now, looking back at them like 90s, 80s Batman movies, the Keaton ones. I still like that his version of Penguin. I just think he was just straight from the comic book. It was just like a really good comic book adaptation. And I know the new version in this new film of the Penguin is going to be completely different to Danny DeVito's version. It was a bit cheesy, a bit like of the time, you know. But I thought he was great in that role. I really like that movie. But what movies has he directed? I'll be honest, I wouldn't know.
I think he's directed a lot. You know, I'm struggling.
Yeah, I know
what it would be. I think did he direct that? What's that kid's movie called that he's in?
Is it the Lorax? Oh, yeah, he did. He did direct that. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he definitely. Yeah, I remember reading up on that. He directed that one.
I'll tell you a film that I really like of his is Ruthless People. But I don't know if he directed that one. No, I don't think he did. That's one of my favorite Danny DeVito movies. Yeah, I think he's good in Twins. I like him in most of the stuff I've seen him in. I think he's a good actor.
Yeah, I've never seen that show. Is it Always Sunny in Philadelphia? I've never seen that
no,
show.
I haven't either. But it's
meant to be really good, isn't it?
It looks okay, doesn't it?
Yeah, I've seen like bits of was it Taxi? You know, the comedy was in that was funny. But yeah, definitely Batman Returns, the Penguin for Danny DeVito.
Yeah. I think the funniest thing about Taxi was when I remember when it first came on, because it used to always be a thing, I think whatever channel it was on, probably ITV.
Yeah.
That they used to put these American TV shows on late at night and used to chance by seeing them. And Taxi was one of them. And then what would happen is we'll get popular, and then they would move them up into like sort of prime time things. I think you should try them out.
Yeah.
There's another TV series called Soap. Did you ever see that?
No, I've not heard of it. Is it an American one, is it?
You what, sorry?
Is it an American one, is it?
Yeah, it's a sort of spoof on soap operas.
Oh, right. I've never heard that one. No.
Just really daft American soap operas. And it was these two sort of, what they're called, two families. And they were all intertwined, like the two husband and the wife were all having affairs with each other. But it got to the point where, what's he called? Billy Crystal was in it.
Right, okay, yeah.
Yeah, and there was also this, I think Billy Crystal's brother, if I can remember these things rightly, Billy Crystal's brother always had a ventriloquist on set and puppet, and used to talk with this puppet all the time. Then there was people getting taken up in space. They were abducted in space ships and all that, and it
sounds a bit wild.
It was meant to be like that, you know, like just meant to be the stupidest things ever. And then everyone's turning out and going, "Oh, you're my husband, you're my brother," and all this, and no, you're my sister, and all that. So that was, but Taxi was on there, and the first time, honestly, it was so good when Danny DeVito was like, he's up on that, he's shouting all the orders out.
Yeah,
that's sort of that cab when he used to sort of like tell him to get out. And when he first got out, because he had saw him, I think maybe for a week or two, shouting out, barking orders out. And then when he got out of the cabinet and he realised he was only that big, that was like one of the best joke reveals in history for me. When I said I've said he's in the size of him, but it was they've done it really well.
Yeah, no, it's I love looking back at like them shows from I mean, I've been doing it recently where I'm doing it on I do like some of the Patreon stuff, and I do I'm working on doing TV commentaries of got like a bunch of old like retro, like 70s, 80s, 90s, even like early 2000s, like just sitcoms and just going through them. And it just, I love the sets and like Happy Days, looking at the sets and just like the music and the just like the way they reacted and stuff like back then. It was just like, it's weird when you look to sitcoms now, they're just like totally different. But it's like, watch that WandaVision show and you see the different eras like sitcoms and just seeing how they change it. Even look at like the 70s to the 80s, it's really different, isn't it? Like the like the way they change and like the format and the style of comedy change. But yeah, the Taxi's one, I've watched it like a few episodes of that, and I quite like that.
Taxi was all right, and then obviously you had what was it called again? The one from Man on the Moon. The
Mork and Mindy.
No, Mork and Mindy was great as well.
You know about the Jim Carrey movie?
Yeah,
Andy Kaufman.
Yes, Andy Kaufman.
Yeah.
When he first come into that, he just was, what? I honestly thought that was him in real life.
Yeah.
I honestly thought he talked like that. I didn't think he was just putting it on.
So I think a lot of people probably did. It's unreal. I've seen some of his comedy, and you just like look at that film then, and then you see some of his sketches he done. He's just like, he was like years ahead of like comedy in general, and just like you said, he's doing that voice, and I think he must like, it's shown in that Man on the Moon movie where he goes in a club and he does that voice, and then he goes into the Elvis impression then, and then he goes back to that voice again, and then people just believe he must like going in them bars and stuff doing that voice. It was just he's a really funny guy.
He was just so out there. I don't think anyone was prepared for him, actually, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
David Dean Film Bloke says, and it depends on the film. I would imagine that would be the director's thing. Yeah, definitely. I agree with that. That's what we just said, really. No.
Yeah.
It says One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. That was Danny DeVito. Yeah. I always never think. Did he direct that as well?
He did. Did he direct it?
I don't know. I know he's in that.
To be honest, Christopher Lord as well, didn't it?
Video for a long time.
Yeah, that's a good film.
Look like him. I'm saying at this point, he directed every film. It's coming up with it. Must have directed that one. Luke says, so what's your favorite movie that you have watched recently in cinema or at home, mate?
You know what? Let's have a look at the old phone, because I've got my movie watch list in the phone here. So what about you, John?
Well, the movie that I've watched recently that I really enjoyed was Lady Street Fighter that I bought the other day. Ultra low budget film. It's filmed on a shoestring. It's ludicrous. There's everything in it you can't believe you're seeing, and I had such a good time with it. And the person who stars in it, this woman, she is from German, because I thought she was putting this German accent on, but she is a German woman, and she's got a really heavy accent. But when she's saying her lines, it sounds as if she's really putting on a strange, stupid German accent to say her lines. See, like if you were saying something from like hello, hello, the German officer, hello, she sounds like she's talking like them, and it's I don't know, it's just so funny, really inept, but really enjoyed it. So that's Lady Street Fighter, who it's just been recently released from 88 Films, and it's just utter trash, but in a good way.
Yeah.
So I'd say that was, and definitely Spider-Man was the treat in the cinema the last.
I mean, that would be for me. I mean, the cinema one. I'm trying to think of like movies I've watched recently, but I'd definitely say Spider-Man. That was just a surreal, just watching it, just like a really happy moment of watching that movie. But there's I mean, I think like last year, one I watched last year, which I really was impressed by, was Captain Fantastic. Have you seen that one?
So who's in that one again? Because I've heard of that one.
It's got the guy who's in the Lord of the Rings movies. He plays Aragorn. Is it Viggo? He was in have you seen the movie? He was in that Green Book movie as well. You'll know the guy. I can't think of his name, but it's where
Morgenstern or something. Morgenstein or
That's it. Yeah, something like that. It's basically like the premise of it is like he's him and his family live in the wilderness, and he brings up like all these kids in the wilderness, and they're all super smart, but they've all been brought up in the wild, and then the story brings them into civilization. They go on this big road trip, and it's just I heard about it years ago, and then I watched it last year for the first time, and it was just like a unreal watch, absolute unreal watch. Is I mean that was another one, Green Book with him in as well. That was a really good film as well. But yeah,
he's made some decent movies. You know, he's a quite good actor. He doesn't really get talked about that much, though, does he?
No. I think he's really like underrated. Really, I think everyone thinks of him for Lord of the Rings, and then they don't really maybe watch these or realize it's the same guy because he looks totally different.
You're right, actually, because there's some films he looks a bit like I'm going to say a bit like ugly, for want of a better word.
Yeah.
And in Lord of the Rings, he looks very handsome, and he kind of
he's got the long wavy hair. He's like...
yeah, and when he gets a beard on, he looks a lot better than when he hasn't got a beard on.
Yeah,
for some mad reason. I think my wife used to say, "Oh, he's a bit all right, him," and I think she saw a film of him maybe a couple of years older with, I think he had ginger hair on it, and he were being freshly shaved. She says, "My, that's him."
Yeah.
So yeah. So Pete says, what highly regarded film could you not get into?
I mean, like I think we mentioned it earlier, but E.T. that was definitely one where a lot of people mention it and said it was like a one they watched as a child and they enjoyed it, or they watched it at a certain point in their life and like when it came out. And I didn't have any nostalgia for that movie. I never watched it growing up and stuff, and then I watched it recently. And from watching them videos online, we were talking about, I can't remember, we were talking off air, but before Christmas, everyone was doing them movies that like the best rated movies they'd never seen, and E.T. was definitely one I watched recently. I couldn't get into it. I think the storyline was just, there was nothing there for me, and it was just, it didn't progress. It was just like this alien lands on Earth, and he's with these kids for a bit, and then it's like he just goes back to space, and it didn't really progress anywhere. And I think the special moments in that movie where I should have been like really like buzzing as a movie fan. I didn't really get them moments, but I think there's, like you said, there's definitely, it's nostalgia. And you sort of, like I said, Masters of the Universe is a movie. I absolutely love that movie, but I know some people will say it's garbage, and yeah, that's. But E.T. is certainly one I just couldn't get into. What about you, Joe?
I would say I've just talked about this, but it was on the video that I haven't put out yet, and it's Big Trouble in Little China, the John Carpenter movie.
I've never seen it. It's on my list.
It's I'm not going to say it's an awful film at all, and I do need to go back to it and say, is this? But every time I put it on, I just feel like it does just not connect with us in the way that it connects with a lot of people. A lot of people say it's one of the best John Carpenter films, if not the best John Carpenter film.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just, I've never put my finger on it, but this time I'm going to watch it like I did with They Live, which I never got away with, but I watched it this time around. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I'm going to go in with just a fresh mindset and just say, look, it is what it is. I'll put it on. I might even watch it with Deborah and see if I get it this time around. But yeah, I would say Big Trouble in Little China for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think like the Ghostbusters movies are like, they're again like, I like them movies, but they're highly regarded. But I think they're fun, but they're not like, I can't get into them as much as some people like regard them to a high level. It's just I'm just like a bit lower down the scale with them sort of movies.
I don't really like the Ghostbusters films at all. The first
you don't like them?
I like the 2016 one. I think it's quite good actually.
I've not seen that.
I'm not a big fan of them. I think I'll probably see the new one just to see what it's like. But it's not my. I'll tell you what. Another film I didn't like was Crocodile Dundee. Everyone used to rave about that. I thought it was rubbish.
Oh, I like that. I like Crocodile Dundee.
Just went to cinema and I was thinking, just sitting there going,
yeah,
it's not funny. Personally, I just didn't think. I think it was hyped. I think Ghostbusters was a bit too hyped as well for me. Everyone says it's the best film, the funniest film you ever seen. I go, ooh. And when that says, I didn't find it funny at all. It's funny but then again, I have went back to Ghostbusters a few times and thought, it's all right. It's just not one that I'm buzzing about, as you say.
Yeah, I feel like that with Ghostbusters. I don't think it's like an awful movie. I just think it's just like it doesn't click to me on certain levels where some people are just like hyped up about it. Yeah.
So Dr. Impossible of the Counterpunch 1984, which has got to be one of the best channel names on YouTube, or none. I always say that. Right, gents, it's time to get speaking Italian and delving into Mama's favourite pasta dish. Have either of you watched any Italian crime films from the 1970s to early 1980s? If so, then what do you recommend?
I mean, would you say like some of the Al Pacino movies? Would they be classed as Italian crime? I don't know.
Well, I think the Italian crime films were kind of like the Pacino ones, but what they would do is they would do their versions of that.
Right. Okay.
Like sort of like rip-offs. I mean, I didn't know about this genre until quite recently, just maybe about 5 or 6 years ago.
Right.
And it's got some really good movies in it, but they're very obscure. The ones that you would never ever see on the TV. In fact, all the ones I get when I watch them, I've never ever seen them before. Think of them a bit like a sort of buddy cop thing.
Right. Okay.
With a bit
what would be like a notable one, John? What would you say is like a notable one?
I think there's one that I really like called the. And it's always they've got really funny titles: the Rat, the Cynic, the Rat, and the Somebody. That's one of them. There's another one. Live like a cop, die like a man. They've got this type of things. So really, I'm going to say personally, if you look out for any Umberto Lenzi films and see the ones he's done, they're usually spot on. In fact, all the good ones I've seen have been his director. Now, he's made a lot of video nasties. These aren't video nasties. But they're quite obscure. They're not ones that you can really see anywhere apart from if you hunt them out. Arrow and 88 do them. But I would say Umberto Lenzi, it's hard to get one off me because I've got like really long, obscure titles that you can never remember at all.
Right, okay.
But I've got quite a few of them and they're really watchable.
I mean, it's a genre I've never heard that genre before. It's new to me.
It's one that you might enjoy, actually. You might enjoy, but it might be just not. It'll divide you. If you watch it, you might just think trash. But the Sweeney. Remember the Sweeney? Yeah. It's a bit like a sort of Italian version of the Sweeney.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'll definitely check out that genre. It's something to dive into.
Yeah, another one for you to get into.
Yeah, I've got the martial arts movies. That's, like I said, that's one I definitely want to start looking into. The IP man, that's one I'm gonna.
Yeah, definitely check it out. Honestly, I cannot recommend it. My wife said it's one of the best things she's ever seen.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out.
And they're so emotional as well. You'd be surprised at how emotional they are. I thought they wouldn't nail it. I wasn't expecting that part to be introduced in that movie.
Yeah.
But Donnie Yen, I think, if I'm honest, I think this is probably one of the best performances I've ever seen in a movie.
Yeah.
And I'm talking any movie. So that shows you how good it is.
That good?
That good. I'm not just saying it. His performance he puts in there is second to none. I've got to say. And to me, I mean, he is good in Rogue One as well. And he was doing it a small part, but he's just got something about him in that film, and he just plays a character like just well. If you see it, you'll know exactly what I mean. Anyone who's seen it always say that Ip Man movies are just something else. But make sure you get the ones with Donnie Yen on. Don't get ones with the other people in it, because you can get a lot of Ip Man cash-in movies, which are okay.
Yeah. Like
you want to get the Donnie Yen version. Yeah. Ip Man 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Check them out.
And it takes you through the whole saga of Ip Man from beginning to end. So, and you see the Bruce Lee, because I thought Bruce Lee's got to come into this. And he does. Bruce Lee comes into it as a little kid, and then he comes into it as a grown man as well. So that's the Bruce Lee scenes are amazing. They're not done with CGI, but they're done with an actor who really plays a good part as Bruce Lee. Actually,
I'm looking forward to these. These will be good. Them and the raids, the movies.
Definitely.
I'm really pumped to see next up. Definitely.
So James says, "What's your favorite soundtrack to a film?"
I mean, do you want? Who would you go for, John? Have you got a favorite, favorite
The one I
soundtrack?
listen to the most is Jaws.
Yeah.
I like most of the John Carpenter ones. Halloween, The Fog, The Thing. I've got to say that it's got to be the one I have listened to the most is Joe's Grease as well. I used to listen to Grease on a loop.
That's a great soundtrack though, and
it's brilliant, isn't it? There's not one dud song in that soundtrack. Even the ones that aren't really my cup of tea, I still like them in the place that they're on.
Was it Bee Gees? They wrote a lot of it, didn't they? The Bee Gees.
Yeah. It was another one that was a bit of like a phenomenon at the time. Grease, it was huge. It was everywhere, in 1978. You just couldn't move for seeing Grease. It was great. I saw it 3 times at the Pictures, actually.
Yeah, it's a classic movie. Classic movie. Yeah. I think, I mean, like, composers wise, I think like Michael Giacchino, his soundtrack for Up, the Pixar movie, was a really good soundtrack. But I mean, I like Basil Poledouris. He done like a lot of the movies with Paul Verhoeven. He done like RoboCop and Starship Troopers, Total Recall, and like Starship Troopers. There's a really good track on that one where it's like a big marching song, and it just sounds like the soldiers, and it's just that I love that movie, and his soundtrack on that, and RoboCop especially I think RoboCop is a pretty special soundtrack for me.
Yeah, it's really good actually.
Yeah, I like that soundtrack. It makes the movies, because you just hear some modern like sci-fi movies, and they just some of them sound a bit generic, and I think like you get like a special composer like that where they just stand out. And like Giacchino, I think he's like the modern day John Williams to me now. He's putting out some really good scores, isn't he?
Stuff, because that's great. That's recommendations on that. Because John Williams turned 90 at the minute. I think he's.
I think he turned 90 today. I think it was today or yesterday. I seen it on Instagram. Yeah, that's like
wow.
Unreal.
He has seemed to have been around forever. I'll tell you another score which I like. I don't think it's John Williams. I think is it a band called John Morris. I'm just maybe imagine that one is the theme to the Elephant Man. That soundtrack's phenomenal.
Who does that song? Who does it?
I'm saying John Morris. I could be wrong. Is that somebody?
Was it? Is it Jean-Michel Jarre? Is it?
No,
it's not. No.
It's I'm gonna have to look that one up. I should know it's one of my favorite films. I watched it that many times.
Yeah, I've seen the film.
Have you seen The Elephant Man at all?
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it. I've seen it a while back. I've probably only watched it once, though. It's is it one you really do? You like that one, John?
Yeah, I do actually. Yeah, it's one of me. Like I say, it's one of my favorite. I saw it 4 times at the cinema.
Oh wow!
Yeah, in 1 week, because that's what you could do. You could just go back and see it. You saw it once on the Monday, and if you liked it, because the movie, literally where I lived, which is just down there, I could have thrown a stone out the window and put the window through on the cinema. So it was that close that. But when I saw a film I liked, I just went back to the cinema every night till it played for the 4 days, and then we'd be off on the Friday.
Yeah.
So that's how I did that. So
if you get a movie like that you love that much and you want to watch it 4 times, I think why not? That's ace.
But if you remember as well, the movie John Morris actually. So
it doesn't ring a bell, that one. No.
I don't even know if he's not alive. He's done the music for Young Frankenstein as well, Blazing Saddles.
Right.
That's a great movie, Blazing Saddles. Love it. I love Young Frankenstein. Young Frankenstein could be my favorite comedy of all time.
Yeah, I've heard. Is it who's in that one? Is it the Naked Gun guy? Is it, or who's in that one?
Young Frankenstein is Gene Wilder.
Is it Gene Wilder? Ah, right. Okay. So I'm thinking of someone else.
Marty Feldman.
Right. And who directs that one? Who done that film?
That's Mel
Was
Brooks.
it Mel Brooks? Was it Mel Brooks? Yeah. I've heard of that one. Yeah. So it's just like
funny. It's in black and white as well, so it's like it looks exactly like an old Frankenstein movie.
Right.
But the sort of changed it all around. It's got loads of comedic moments in it that are just, I could rattle off the whole plot, in fact, every time I with Deborah, I say, "Oh, do you remember that bit in Young Frankenstein when they say this and that?" And she goes, "Well, yes, but you have to keep going on about this as well." Yeah, because it's brilliant.
Yeah, but I've heard that mentioned a few times. Is meant to be a funny one. I met Mel Brooks once.
Yeah, that's like I say, it probably is my favorite comedy of all time. It's just so. I mean, there's lots of people that still do stage shows of it, you know, and I would love to go and see a stage show of it, but I know everything they were going to say, but I wouldn't mind.
You should start your own stage show. That's what you should do. Yeah.
So they're coming in from the match now. So
are they really?
They are. I might go. Is it a thumbs up or a thumbs down? I don't know what the score is, mind. Bumpers Movie says it took 8 days to film the fight scenes in the two in the Raid 2 when they were in the kitchen. What was that like? All right. What was the score then?
3-1 Newcastle.
Really?
Yeah, you don't see it.
No. Wow.
Yeah, played well, like.
Did you hear that, AP?
Yeah, 2-1 to Newcastle. Yeah.
3-1 to Newcastle.
Oh, 3-1. Oh, wow. That's
You happy, Deborah?
Very.
All right. Oh well, that's something you don't see very often when somebody comes back from a Newcastle match. Wow. Well, that's a first.
I thought about it. It sounded a bit like somber tones, and I thought it was going to be like 2-1 to Everton or 3-1 to.
I know.
To Everton.
Yeah. No, I just thought I thought, oh, that doesn't look good.
Yeah.
But oh, there you go. So you're glad you went?
I go all the time.
Yes.
Win, lose, draw.
I know. You're a firm fan. That's right. But yeah, them fight scenes in the Raid 2 were just crazy. The one, I don't know if you can. There's a bit online somewhere where they show you how they had a fight in the car.
Right.
And what they did was the people are actually the seats. There's people sitting in the seats of the car. Yeah. They're meant to be seats, but when they show you that they're passing the camera to the people are actually the seats. I would like grabbing them and passing them through. So that's how they managed to get the scenes of the camera going through the car.
All right, okay.
The people in the car are actually hidden by the seats. You can see little the special feature. You can see there's actually bits you can see out of, and they're just so clever. And that's one of the best things about the Raid 2. This the fight scenes in the car. Didn't know that about the kitchen, mine, but I could imagine it, mine, because it's non-stop action, especially the first one. So, DVD and Film Bloke says I've got quite a few Alien, Shawshank Redemption, The Dark Knight, and Rain Man comes to mind. I imagine that's ones that DVD and Film Bloke doesn't like.
He doesn't like. Oh, right, okay.
Quite surprised with that one, actually. Because I would rate all them. Would you rate them?
Yeah, I certainly. I mean, Alien, great. Like I said, Aliens is a better movie for me, but still a great movie. I mean, Shawshank Redemption, classic. Dark Knight, superb, and Rain Man. Dustin Hoffman's just phenomenal.
All decent movies. Although I didn't like the time. I didn't like Tom Cruise in that, but I did like him in that one. But I do like Tom Cruise now. I went through a phase of not really liking him.
I think like some of his early movies are a bit like hit and miss. I mean, like Jerry Maguire, I'm not fussed on that. And a few of them 90s ones, I think once he gets into like the 2000s, I think he gets a bit more. His films have improved massively.
I agree with that one. Yeah, I do. And the Mission Impossibles are brilliant, I find. James says, what film would you like to see a remake of, but a bit nervous about it?
I mean, I'm not a super fan of remakes in general. I think some of them, I can't really think of many remakes where they've been good. Like, is there any remakes you really enjoy, John?
There's some that I think are all right. But usually, if I see a remake of a film I like, I'll always like the original one.
Yeah.
I think me and Keith were talking about this last week. There was a one called My Bloody Valentine, which was an early slasher. Yeah. And then did a remake of it in 2009, and that was all right actually. And we both said that we enjoyed it, even though when you thought, oh, they're not going to do a good job. And I was nervous to see it, and I thought this is going to be total rubbish. But yeah, it was decent. And I think but then again, what would I like to see? What would you like to see a remake of? I don't know.
I think the Predator movies. I'd like to see a decent remake, and like Terminator as well. Just like I think Terminator is a big one where they've tried the formula so many times now, and every one seems like it just doesn't work out. And maybe like if they just done a complete remake of like the first one, start from scratch. But it feels like they've tried that already. But Predator's another one I'd like maybe see a remake of that. I love that film, but if they done a remake of that one, and I think they've tried that again, haven't they? Already a few times over with things like that. RoboCop would be definitely one. A decent RoboCop remake. That would be awesome to see, because the remake a few years back wasn't good at all. But if they'd done it like the original movie with the original like look of RoboCop, I'd like to see that.
Yeah, that would quite work. It would be an interesting thing to see. But you'd be nervous about it, wouldn't you? You'd be like thinking,
because I love
really mess this up.
Yeah, I love RoboCop, and that would be
That's a good call, actually. DVD and Film Bloke says, God, I love Riki-Oh. I watched it with a few mates and we were laughing our heads off. It's like Mortal Kombat meets Looney Tunes or live action Itchy and Scratchy. Yeah, nailed it. That's exactly what it is. And if that doesn't make you want to watch a movie, then I don't know what does.
I'm going to check it out. I'm checking it out. Definitely. Itchy and Scratchy.
that's really done it. That whole sort of vibe from that couple of lines. It's great when somebody can put into context what a film is with something like that. You think, they should have put that in the back of the DVD cover.
Yeah, it's like Itchy and Scratchy, live action version.
It is, man. That's a really. I would have never got that myself, but yeah, definitely. What's your favorite found footage film?
It's not really a genre I've watched much of, really. I mean, the only ones I can think of top of my head is like the Cloverfield movie.
Oh yeah,
and I've seen that one like when it came out, but I wasn't super fussed on that one. Was it Silent? Is it Silent Hill? No, sorry, the Blair Witch Project. That's the other one, isn't it? I've never seen that one, but found footage. I've never really got into that sort of genre of films. It's one where I like seeing a film. I think it's just like seeing a film the way they as a film rather than found footage. I find it just throws me out there watching the movie sometimes.
Well, I would say one that is definitely my favorite found footage film is Cannibal Holocaust, but it's also one of the worst films you can see. So I wouldn't advise anyone to watch it.
I've heard about that.
I think it's really well done. But the fact of it what it contains, lots of animal cruelty and animal killings, it makes it into a film that it's one that I saw it, but I've got the animal-free version, which doesn't have the bits in it now. So it's a tough one, but it is a really good movie, strangely enough. A lot of people have seen it, do say they appreciate it as a movie, but wow. The absolutely,
bit edgy.
Yeah. Nick says, I haven't watched Riki-Oh yet, as I might do a reaction video for it on my channel with it. But I watched a couple of scenes on YouTube before buying it, and it was hilarious.
Yeah. I want to see a reaction video, Nick. Let's see the reaction, buddy.
I think I'll go and check that out, actually, because that's I would love to see somebody doing a reaction to what they see in Riki-Oh. Or they say if somebody punches somebody, in a film, they might get a black eye or something. These are just things. I'm sure somebody's punching somebody, smashing the fist to nothing, or punching them through the arm. Things like that. It's
just like mental. Over the top cartoony.
But I think it was because it was so violent at the time in the 90s when it came out. It just immediately it didn't get banned, but it was more one ones where you could not get it in the UK. You had to import it, which made you want to see it even more.
Riki-Oh.
Dr. Impossible says my pick would be Squadra Volante from 1973. Nice Italian rough edge crime drama with Christopher Mitchum.
Right.
I know that's Robert Mitchum's son.
I was going to say the name.
Yeah. I've heard the name, actually. And to be honest, in this crime genre, I've never seen a bad one yet. So that's one that you can say.
Yeah, I'll check that one.
So Bristolian Dave says, all right, me babbers.
All right, me babbers.
Dave, all right.
Right, Dave.
That's great, that. And James says, what film do you think deserves an Arrow release?
I mean, I don't collect Arrow Arrow releases, so I really wouldn't know what to recommend. What would you? Is there a certain release you're eager to see, John?
I would say, if Arrow do it right, I would say more video nasties like they did with Don't Go in the House. Do a lot more like that. That's good for me. There's other films when they come out and you think, like, there's one called The Video Dead, which is a great film from the 80s, which definitely needs a release in the UK, which it hasn't got. Arrow would do a great version of that, or 88. Video Dead, definitely high on my list. There's loads of movies when you're talking on, especially on live streams, and somebody mentions one, and you say, "Oh, that'd make a great Arrow release." Of course, when you're put in the spot, you can't think of them. But I'm gonna say definitely The Zombie Dead from 1987, ultra low budget but really good.
What's like the best thing about Arrow releases? Would you say is the actual footage? Is it good footage, or do you reckon is it like the bonus features? What is it? What hooks you in with the Arrow? It's
everything really. They've got a bit of everything. They always do amazing extras.
Right.
They do usually amazing presentations on the movie. Right. And maybe they do some good special editions, and also they'll probably maybe put a few different versions on there. And usually when you get the Arrow release of a certain title, it is the best one out there. They do a great job, and they also get ones out that you think, oh God, I remember that one. Oh, I really wanted that one. Like a film called Microwave Massacre, which is crazy as well.
That's a mad title. That.
Yeah. Oh, it's brilliant. The movie's it's odd, but I just really like it, and it's one of my favorite ones from getting ones out of the video library. Yeah. And when they said they were going to release it, I thought, brilliant, Microwave Massacre. So things like that, they're not for everybody, but when the people who like them type of movies, you just think, oh, this is it. So they still do, not so much now, release some of them ones where you used to get them out within the video shops. You know, that really, it's a reminiscent thing. You can just the nostalgia when they're chucking these ones out. You see, remember getting them off the shelves.
It's cool. So, it's cool when you see the look of them. I've seen some of the looks of them. They look just that nostalgia buzz, isn't it? Just seeing them. It's cool.
They've got some great titles in the collection. Yeah, great titles. So this on me. The funny thing is, on the usually when you check your comments just to see how far behind you are,
right?
And these ones, and they've all got the same time on it. I don't know why. They say they were all posted at 7:52, but they all say 7:52.
All right, okay.
We can't be that far behind at all, can we?
I mean, I'm just having a little look now, just to
because there's not a huge amount left.
I don't know. There's quite a few.
Oh, really? All right.
I'll put the zip on the mouth for a bit, John.
Right. I'll tell you what I'll do then. I'll tell you what we'll try for. I know we're trying for 2 hours, which I think we've went a little bit over 2 hours.
Slightly over.
I thought it would happen, but hey, you never know.
Yeah.
I think 2 hours is probably it's just not going to happen. I should never say 2 hours because, but then again, you don't say, well, let's do 4 hours because it probably say, oh, we'll go to 6. But anyway, let's see one for that. So DVD and Film Bloke, the Wang video on it was brilliant. I think that might be something to do with Riki-Oh.
Right, okay.
Prodigy 1988 says, Mondo, how many movies have you got in your collection? Have you counted them? I did count them once, and I've definitely got more than I had. I'm going to say about 2,500 at a guess.
Well, that's
roughly.
A lot.
Yeah. But it looks a lot more, on the wall.
Yeah.
A lot more than that. It's like a trick. It's like an optical trick.
Optical illusion.
Because people will say, oh, you must have about 7, 8, 9. I says, no, honestly. Just I think that the shelf holds about 2,000-ish.
It's a lot. It's a lot of movie. It's how many would you say you watched out of that? Have you watched every single one? Do you know?
No, I think I probably watched. If it's there's 2,000 in there.
Yeah,
I've probably watched probably getting towards not the 2,000, 1,500. I think I've probably got 500 I haven't watched.
that's a pretty good mark, isn't it? I think for any collection. I think if you've watched that many out of them, that and just the fact you've got all them like more to watch now, I think that's a good number to watch, though.
Yeah, and I think majority of them I do want to watch again.
Yeah.
So it's not as if I'm just collecting stuff. I think, well, what on earth did I do? I think there's movies you pick and you think, I can't believe I got that. But most of them I've got them because I did kind of half want them. I did think there would be ones I would enjoy. So how many movies do you think you've got, AP?
Probably maybe like 200-300. I say. I reckon maybe 200 or 300. I wouldn't know the exact number, but saying that, I've got these little, like I said, the little folders as well. These are all about 100, and this is nearly full as well.
Lot in there. You're right.
Yeah, but I mean, like I said, it's not the biggest collection in the world, not the smallest, but it does me. It's got the movies in there, what I enjoy and stuff, and like I said, everyone's different. Everyone has you want certain movies, certain genres in there and stuff like that, and
but then again, I've had the space for like 10,000. I would probably have 10,000.
Do you reckon you would?
I think I would, because I've over the years I've been collecting these for yonks, but over the years I've kind of gotten rid of quite a lot. Stripped down, and double dips. If I hadn't I'd sold all the ones I hadn't double dips, I'd have a lot more movies. So I try not to do that. So I have got rid of some, but I do not really want to get rid of ones that I kind of like and think I'm going to go back to, even though I might not go back to it for 10 years.
I know what you mean.
It's still there.
Yeah.
Tom says, "Hi guys, what's your opinion on the Undisputed movies and the Scott Adkins character Boyka? The fighting scenes are outstanding." Well, I've saw a friend at work actually. He says, "Have you seen Boyka?"
Right. Okay.
I haven't got a clue. It's some like I tell you what, I think you will like these movies. Actually, it's this big bloke. He's like a sort of I'm going to say not a cage fighter, but he's got that kind of air about him. He's like one of these in the sort of squared circle sort of mixed martial arts type thing.
These are the mixed martial arts ones, aren't they? Undisputed.
And they're set in the prison, I think. Is that right?
I think so. Yeah, I've heard of they've done a few of them. I've heard of the most recent one. It's I've never seen them, but I think there's like a wrestler called John Moxley in it, where it's all, like you said, it's all the mixed martial arts. So have you seen a few of them? Have you, John?
I've just seen some clips because I said I don't know anything about it. He said he showed some clips on YouTube, and I said, that seems right up my alley, and Deborah likes stuff like that. So I'm going to say that I haven't, but I would. I haven't seen them, but I would like to see them.
I mean, if they're like someone like a kickboxer, maybe I'd definitely check them out.
Yeah. I think to me it's a bit like that, a bit more violent. Bristolian Dave's been so what I'm going to do is we're going to try and go for 4 hours here, if that's right with you. AP?
I'm good for that. Let's
right,
go
so
for
we'll get to 4 hours. We've got 8 minutes to get through the comments.
Let's go for it
and see what we can do. So we'll read out some of the ones that's obviously someone speaking to each other. Bristolian Dave, been a while since you pop them on here. C Cypher, hi guys. Thanks for streaming. Have you heard of the rumor that the Movie Worms Blu-ray shells are actually a CGI background? Imagine that. Imagine if all of our collections aren't real. We've got nothing. We'll just put it on the back and we're just sitting there, and there's literally nothing behind it.
Everyone's got the same collection in each one. Yeah, you good? It's going to happen one day.
Down as well.
It's not a bad idea. I might do it.
Hey, just see, we'll be the first one to say that's not real.
Yeah,
that's a good one. Gary, the Blu-ray addict. Hello, gents. I will catch this up in the live stream later. Really enjoying them and keep up the great work. Well, it's been great. I've really enjoyed this AP. I've got to admit.
It's been fun.
Yeah,
it went quick as well.
it's flown over, and this is the whole thing I would like to do. I mean, I appreciate when people do streams and get loads of guests on. I think they're great. I love watching the streams like that. But I like, personally, I just wanted to do one with the one person and just have a sort of chat with the help of the messages, and also a chat between, well, us two, really.
Yeah, definitely. I've enjoyed it. We'll have to do a round 2 and a round 3. Definitely some's there.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to go on forever, and I don't know. There's no set days on it. There's no set times on it. It's just going to be as and when. I don't think I'll get a chance to do another one this month. I've had a look at my route, and my route is sort of like jam packed for the rest of the month. So I was hoping to get my next guest done at the end of the month, but I don't think that's going to happen. So that'll be probably next month. But I haven't got my route yet, so I can't really work that one out. But yes, definitely, it's going to be definitely a thing that's going to. I've got a lot of guests lined up. In the meantime, I don't want to add more to guests to it, because then you'd think by the last guest, there's going to be ages to get around to them. So they know that. But definitely going to do this again and get this.
Yeah, I've had a great time tonight. It's been fun.
Oh, well, that's great to hear.
We still got 5 minutes though. We got 5 minutes. We can
5 minutes, right? Let's see.
Go for it.
So James says, was there a scene in the film that took you by surprise?
Was there a scene in? I mean, like a good surprise. I suppose. I mean, going back to that Vader scene in Rogue One, that was just a surprise. I didn't think we'd see that, and just like the way it linked up to the original movies as a Star Wars fan, that was incredible.
Yeah, that was pretty stunning, wasn't it? I would say the ending of Scream, not Scream. Well, the ending of Scream was quite good. The ending of Saw, the first one, that took me by surprise. Wasn't expecting that.
I know. I've seen bits of it. I know the ending though, where it's obviously
that was a really good one. That like, Mama says Robert Pattinson is a great actor. Check out The Rover, High Life, and Good Times. Fantastic movies. I've heard of one of them. If it's the one I'm thinking of, I can't really tell you. The only thing I know about it is a kind of spoiler of it. So if I told you about, it's the one where this happens, I've literally told you the whole spoiler of it, and you don't need to see the film, which what's happened to me. But I do still want to see the film. I think it's High Life, but I'm not too sure. It sounds like a really good idea to have a movie, a good idea. But when you know the ending, you think,
he dies.
Says, I'm all right, mate. Yes, been a while. I've got a new job 5 weeks ago, and it's destroyed my time. Going to be back soon on it though. That's great to hear. It's funny how sometimes life gets in the way of your work. This is our work, not work. Yeah. This is the work or life. Yeah.
But well done on the new job anyway. Well done on the new job, Dave.
Definitely.
Well done.
It's good to go here.
Equally.
New jobs, new horizons, because these days you hear a lot of the other way, don't you?
Yeah, definitely.
DVD and Film Bloke says, what do you think will be the daftest movie to make a prequel to? I mean, we're getting a Willy Wonka one. They will make a prequel to anything, cue the jokes. I think there's... Usually when you hear a prequel to a movie, you think bad things anyway, because they're talking about doing a prequel to Grease. Why?
Yeah, I've heard about that.
Yeah, I think that's got to be my one to think that, why would you do it? Because we know... That's the story you want to know, and what else would you know? Them on can't be in it, so yeah.
Yeah, I don't fancy that.
So David Blumbo says yes, okay, and congratulations. Yes, congratulations, Dave. Tony, Twilight remake with a Geordie comedian, Bobby Patterson, would be interesting. Lol. Bobby Patterson, he's a Geordie comedian. Quite a funny one, actually. You probably wouldn't have heard of him because all these Geordie comedians from around here, they never seem to go anywhere, But they're quite big in Geordie land.
I mean, I just want to see that a Geordie accent in a Twilight movie as the main star. I want to see it. That's the film. I'm sold on. That's the movie I want to see. 2024. I want it.
How are you? Are you a vampire pet? Prodigy 1988 says, how many movies have you got in the collection? Well, that was the same thing. Was
we said
2,500. I'm going to guess on that one. I might count them, but I'll do my shelves first. I'll do this other shelf. I'll put them all up and I'll do a proper count.
That'd be good. That'd be cool to see. Just like do a count of it and just see like a full video and you're just counting every single movie. That'd be awesome.
I'll say, hello, welcome along. We're going to count movies. 1, 2. See how long you would see that the instant reaction on your videos would be like up there, and it would just go like that straight away to nothing on about a minute in for the rest of the video, the rest of the 7 hours.
I'm going to watch it all. I'm watching it all, mate.
Well, there you go. I'll make it for you, yeah. So as long as anyone watches it, I don't mind. Dave says, "Thanks. I have a new show coming in the channel soon." Nice,
awesome.
It's good when you get a new idea and a new sort of thing to just take your interest somewhere.
Yeah, definitely. I think so. Yeah, that's just a new platform, and it's showcasing your ideas at school.
But it is, and it's good when you can just have if you come up with usually you just come up one just in the most maddest of place, and you think, hang on a minute, what about that one? And you do it, and people, it resonates with people. Think, oh, that's good. Yeah. I like that. I wish you could think of them when you want to think of them.
Oh, it never comes that way. It never comes as it always comes on when you don't want the idea, but it's always.
You've got nothing to write it down with.
Yeah, you wake up in the middle of the night, you just get the idea, and then you fall back asleep. You're like, oh.
What was that idea I had?
Yeah, it was brilliant, but it's gone.
I know that Vader scene at the end of Rogue One is my favorite Star Wars scene ever.
Yeah, I agree, Nick. Great,
it's, unreal, isn't it? It just shows how big a character Vader was.
Yeah, and it just makes him an absolute a big time villain again in that scene. It really pulls him into making him the main villain of everything again.
And you forget how bad he is, how really mean he is when he just comes out and just annihilates them.
Just taking down everyone. Oh, I'm thinking about that. I'm getting goosebumps now thinking about it. It's awesome. I'm excited.
Just whenever he's on the screen, he's just one of the best villains ever.
Yeah.
But saying that though, I've got a real soft spot for Darth Maul as well. I think Darth Maul was amazing. Should never kill him off. I know they didn't kill him off, but wow.
I mean, I don't watch much of the animated stuff, but apparently he's fleshed out in the animated shows pretty good. But I've just not checked out much of it so far. But I agree. He's just a villain he should have done through the whole trilogy. Definitely.
I think it's like some videos you see on YouTube and they tell you about sort of his backstory. Yeah. And also we'll see that he's got two brothers as well. And
right, okay.
They talk about this, maybe the two brothers are going to be in some form of TV series, maybe, and they might be in the actual the Obi-Wan thing. So that'd be great. I'm trying to think Darth Plagueis, I think, is one of them. So
right, okay. I'd be up for seeing. I think it'd be great to see just more of just any characters linked to Darth Maul would be ace to see.
Yeah. Or anything, yeah. Pete says, what's your favourite Bond film? And who would you want as the next Bond? For me, after Tenet, I would say Robert Pattinson.
Good show. Yeah, good show. I think him or Tom Hardy. I think Tom Hardy would be quite good.
Yeah. Actually, I was watching this film called The Guest, and somebody else was commenting on one of my videos to say that they thought that the fella who played the character in The Guest, the main character, would have made a good James Bond. I was watching it thinking, he's an English bloke as well. And I think, I don't know, the film was 10 years ago, so I don't know how old he is now, but...
is it Matthew Stevens, something like that? I think it is. Yeah. He's got... I didn't think that, but when I saw him getting interviewed afterwards, when he was kind of in his English accent, I thought, hang on a minute, James Bond, He'd be a good show. Yeah, he was in the Beauty and the Beast, and he was in, what's it called, that TV show, Downton Abbey. Yeah, he was in that as well. I've never seen it, but I mean, I think he's The Guest. The Guest is a fantastic film. I thought it was great soundtrack. Yeah. It was a really cool movie, that one.
I wasn't expecting it to be that good, but blown away by it. I think Neil Breen would make a good James Bond, or maybe Tommy Wiseau. That's him from that film, The Room, which is the worst film ever made.
Yeah.
But my favorite James Bond film is, I would say, Casino Royale, the new one, not the 1967 one.
Yeah, the comedy spoof. Yeah,
comedy. Wow, I've watched that movie.
I like. I think the new one was good. I think Skyfall out of the modern ones, but Live and Let Die out of the classic ones, definitely.
Yeah,
yeah.
I like Live and Let Die. I went to picture to see that.
That's a great movie. Great movie.
1973. So I must have been. Well, I would have been 5, right? 5 to see Live and Let Die, and you know that's got all that the voodoo stuff in it and that.
Yeah.
And but I've told the story before, but me dad says, right, do you want to go to Pictures? Yeah, I'll go and see that. James Bond, I'll go and see that. I didn't know what it was. And he says, right, see you later. I'm just going to the pub. So left us and had to sit there screaming to this. And then when he come back, these two old women took us under the wing. And then when he come back, the old women give him some wrong for you just
leaving you
in here. And so he told them where to go and just took us back home. So that's the 70s for you.
There's a cracking movie though. Great James Bond movie, that one. I mean, I think there's really any of the Bond movies I dislike. I mean, the George Lazenby one, that was one where I wasn't fussed on it, but the majority of them I enjoy the James Bond movies, and I think the new ones
they've all got something about them.
Yeah, definitely
quite watchable. Yeah. The sequel, Top of Southgate says that the sequel question, Wrath of Khan, was better than the first Star film by far. So I was trying, but yes, I would say that.
I've never seen Star Trek apart from the newer ones. I've never seen the classic ones.
The first movie was it was pretty boring actually. I just liked the TV series, but the film did not do anything for me. So I'd say, that's a good one. Dr. Impossible, I often wonder how Hitchcock would have approached Jaws as a director rather than Spielberg. Spielberg's directorial style is similar to Hitchcock. Just watch Hitchcock's Frenzy. Incredible direction. That would be a bit weird, wouldn't it? But sometimes I can take or leave some that Spielberg's films, but I can also think that he'd done an amazing job on there, so I don't know if anybody could have topped that.
Yeah, I think it was just an incredible movie. I don't think it's always interesting to think if they had a different director in the show doing that story, like what would it be like? But I think it's untouchable.
The sequel to Staying Alive was terrible. Sequel to Saturday Night Fever was called Staying Alive, was terrible.
Yeah.
Yes. My wife's got the actual soundtrack of that, believe it or not.
Is the soundtrack good though?
I don't think so.
Is it not? No. Right.
I've never heard it, but I just looked at it and thought, I'm not listening to that.
Right.
Bumpers Movie says Rob Zombie's Halloween was trash, but I love the sequel. I would say it was the other way around for me. I think I'm the only one though. Well, to be honest, I can't get away with Halloween 2, Rob Zombie's Halloween 2.
I've not seen his because he's doing the Monsters now, isn't he? He's doing his version of the Monsters, isn't he? I've not seen his version of Halloween's, but
they're all right, but they're not as good as good as the original ones, you know.
Be interesting to see the Monsters. That'll be an interesting one. See what he does with that.
I think that'd be really good actually. Oh man, Staying Alive, brutal. That's the one.
That's the one.
Dean Film Bloke, Dr. Impossible, Frenzy has been brilliant. I'm battling to say if I prefer it over North by Northwest, but as my favourite Hitchcock film. What would you say is your favourite Hitchcock film, AP? Have you got one?
I mean, it's not like a director I've watched much of. I suppose he done Psycho, didn't he?
Aye.
Did he do? Yeah, I'd probably say that's the. What would you say is what's some of your favourite ones from him, Hitchcock?
I pretty much like everyone that I've seen. The one that's my favourite is Strangers on a Train.
Right. Okay.
You ever seen that one?
No, I've not seen that one. It's not
amazing.
really a director I've watched much of. Like I said, Psycho's okay, but I've just not really watched much of Hitchcock movies in general.
Well, I can recommend that one. And the very quickly, the story is that this fella's on a train. He's a famous tennis player, and this fella comes on called Bruno, and he's just odd, very odd. And he says, have you ever thought about if there's somebody in your life that you would like dead? He says, who would that be? And the fella's saying, well, I don't know, maybe something your wife gets on my nerves, or my girlfriend or something like that. And he goes, all right. And he says, and this Bruno says, well, if it was me, you asking me, I would say it was my mother. Can I stand her? So then they get off the train and that. So anyway, what does Bruno do? It's not really a spoiler, this, because this is quite early on. He goes and kills the person that he says, and then he goes and says to him, right, because he's going, oh, I can't believe someone's killed, this person. He says, oh, well, now I've killed that one. Now you've got to kill my mother or my wife or something like that. So it's all about then. It's about this fella trying to convince, and he's saying, well, if you put it in the priest, I'll just say you did it.
This sounds very familiar. Has this been remade recently? This movie?
I think it's the one that's got a lot of remakes of the story. The idea has been done in a lot of times.
Right. Okay. Because it sounds. I remember seeing a film more recently with a very similar plot to that.
Yeah. I think it's been done in that way, but it's actually the bloke who plays this fella Bruno.
Yeah,
is amazing, and he died. He's supposed to be a big star, and he died just after he made the film. But he's got a really, when you see him, he's just a really spooky character. It's one of the best characters I've seen in the film. It's a universal film that deserved a lot more attention. Frenzy. Some of the camera angles and lighting in the film is stunning. Jill Taylor was a terrific cinematographer. Yeah, I must admit, I think it was maybe been his last film, actually, Frenzy. I think it was somebody about, there was a strangler in it, and there was also I think it was about 1972.
Right.
Bit more graphic than normal for him.
Let's check that one out. What's your favourite Will Smith movie? You got a favourite, John?
Will Smith. I like him. Trying to think. It might be actually, what's he called? Men in Black. Could be Men in Black.
That'd be my choice. Superb. He's done some great movies. I think over the years, like Tom Cruise, I think his movies have got like a lot better as well over the years. Will Smith movies. I think he's done some. I think there was The Pursuit of Happiness a few years back. That was a really good film. I like that film. Yeah.
I think whenever I see him, sometimes you see somebody in the film, you think, oh, I can't be bothered with this film just because of that person. I always think I'll always give it a shot with him. Mind you, that what was it called again? Gemini Man. That was not good.
I've not seen. I didn't. Yeah, the trailers didn't intrigue me at all. It's where he is like a young version of himself. Yeah,
it could have been so much more, but it just failed.
Yeah, I didn't fancy that one. Didn't look amazing in the trailers.
The second murder scene is brilliant. Well, I say the scene because we don't actually get to see what's happened. That must be going back to Frenzy, that one.
Right.
Zero says, hi guys, loving the chat. Thanks very much, Zero. Have you seen William Friedkin's Sorcerer? I haven't, but I know of it.
I've not heard of that one.
I just remember there's I think it's I know the cover says like this lorry falling off a cliff.
Right, okay.
Yeah, but I haven't seen it. Haven't seen any more of his films apart from The Exorcist. Jill Taylor was a farmer in his second profession. He lit a film in 1987 called The Bedroom Window, directed by Curtis Hanson. Not a bad fella, actually.
It's an interesting doing farming and then doing cinematography. It's
I just wow. I've just had a look. I mean, we're into 4 hours 12 here, and I'm going to have to start to say me apologies here because I thought we were at the end of the comments there, and then I just clicked this button and a whole stream came up of next ones. That's why if I'd known that, I would have. And I mean, we're talking quite a lot there, so I've really got to apologize for anybody that we haven't got around to. But I do think we got through quite a few there. But we've had, like we did with Keith, we've had a massive amount of comments, which I'm so appreciative of, and the fact there's still 21 people watching at this time.
Awesome.
It's awesome. And so I just want to say thank you everybody for tuning in.
Yeah,
and if I didn't get out of it, I'm very sorry. And it wasn't for the want of trying. And I think we've actually got through these quite quickly, actually, tonight. But
doing good.
So anyway, I want to thank my guest, AP Stevens, for coming in tonight. And also, please check out his channel. I've left a link down below. There's my wife going to bed.
No.
I know, I'm just getting the thing saying we've got to be out the house at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Yes, I know. Yeah.
No. Thanks for having me on, John. I've honestly enjoyed it tonight. I honestly didn't think we'd do 4 hours. It's flew by. When you're having fun, it flies by. But thank you for everyone for watching as well. It's been really, really fun stream to be on.
No, I agree. And I'd love to have you back on in the future, AP.
Oh, I'd love it. And likewise, if you come over to our channel sometime again, it'd be great to have you on the Movie Cheer podcast.
Yeah, most definitely. So I left the link down to your channel in there. So please get across to AP's channel and check it out. You'll really enjoy it. I have, and I will continue to do that. And we will continue to do live streams and collaborations well into the future.
Definitely.
Okay,
Definitely.
So I'll say goodbye to everybody and thanks for tuning in. So we'll see you next time. Okay, whenever that is. It'll probably be early March, I think. So thanks a lot. Cheers now. Bye now.